All right, everybody. How's everybody doing? Good morning. Can you guys see me and hear me? All right, very nice. Welcome aboard. It is 9 a.m. Friday, last day of the free agency frenzy streaming series. Yeah, it sounds like the Cooper Cup thing might be real. We'll talk plenty about that today. Believe me, one way or the other. Mandy, we got plenty of cap space. I don't know what the exact number is. There's no way to know right now, but we have cap space. That's not the limiter. The limiter is our own interest and willingness to spend it. All right. I did see the Tevin Jenkins thing, yes. Very interesting. We're not going to find out until Monday, though. That's the thing, right? We're not going to know anything today, in all likelihood. I'm hoping Cup would take a 1-year deal. I don't want to do anything multi-year with Cup. Pharaoh Brown to Dolphins. Oh, interesting. Good for him. Keep getting them checks. You know what? Let's go ahead and get that on the board here. There. That way, when people come into the stream, they'll see it. So they'll know that we're talking about it. 1 year, $8 million for Cup. That'd be good. I'd be pretty happy with that. To me, the goal is to make it so we don't have a desperate need at wide receiver, so we don't have to reach for one in the draft. To me, that's the goal. And signing Cooper Cup does that. Even though Cooper Cup isn't a great receiver anymore, he's good enough to where you then can go, okay, we're liberated to not have to desperately seek out a wide receiver. I was made for loving you, baby. You were made for loving me. And I can't get enough of you, baby. Can you get enough of me? Yeah, I saw the Lawrence Parsons stuff. Pretty funny. I mean, I guess I'd be pretty irritated if I were DeMarcus Lawrence, too. I gave my over a decade of my life to a team that has clearly showed they have no interest in actually winning a Super Bowl. James Pierce at 18, I would probably do that. There are some issues there, though. There really are. There really are some issues there. I think we did great if we get Jenkins and Cup. Jenkins and Cup gives us freedom to draft for best player available pretty much completely. If we get Jenkins and Cup, we don't have to reach, we don't have to we don't have to overextend ourselves in the draft at all. And we're giving ourselves a real chance to be good in 2025. I feel like Diggs is more washed up than even Amari Cooper, Nathan. If we don't get Cup, then I'm kind of into like Elijah Moore. Let's I don't know. Let's go younger. I think Cup is less washed up than a lot of the older receivers on the market right now, but he's still a little washed up at least. I'm not seeing any moves yet. Not in the last 7 minutes. What if Cup returns to his 2021 status? That's too much to ask. The 2021 Cup might be the best receiver in NFL history in terms of production. He won the Triple Crown and he won Super Bowl MVP. Like, man, that might be the greatest receiver any season any receiver's ever had in production. Oh, Wes Schweitzer signed with the Patriots on a 1-year deal. We have our first move up on the board. Trey Harris is nice. If we get Jenkins and Cup plus the draft, do you think we got better this offseason? I'd have to think about that one. My instincts say yes because I think the defense will be better, but it's tight. I do think we downgraded a quarterback even if we got more cost efficient. And that is significant. And we definitely downgraded a receiver even with Cup. But not necessarily something that makes it impossible to improve. All right, so that's the one move so far today, people. Wes Schweitzer signs with the Patriots. Okay, Daniel Kelly, you do realize that Daniel Jones came to our house and beat us too. What's your point? Yeah, Bailey Zappi with the Chiefs. I feel like Bailey Zappi ends up on a practice squad. He doesn't have an NFL skill set. Jones also isn't a bad quarterback. Well, he has a very interesting way of showing it if he's not a bad quarterback. Somebody needs to tell Daniel Jones he's not a good quarterback. Because it doesn't seem like he's aware of that. You think Gino's a top 10 quarterback? Yes. Enoch. Enoch. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that last name, but yes. Honestly, I don't even know why football fans care about overpaying players. The cap goes up by 10% every year. Today's overpay is tomorrow's underpay. Jenkins is very good, Ryan. He's just a little injury prone. Yet Brendan said we overpaid for D-Law initially. No. If it was 3 years, 42 million, I said that was intimidating. But it's not anyway, so I said that we had to find out the real numbers, I think. And we did. And they're pretty friendly. Are you excited for Death Standing 2? I'll play it. I don't know. I don't know if excited's the right word. The first one was weird. I didn't dislike it or anything, but it was weird and I don't know. Excited's not the right word. Curious is the right word. I'm almost done eating, guys. Don't worry. Do we know how much cap we have remaining? No, we can't possibly know that. We don't know these contract structures. I can estimate, I can guess, but it'd be based off very limited information. We need to see. We still don't have the Darnold contract. No, but we don't know the cap hits by year, right, guy? I still want Elijah Moore. I'm pretty interested in that too. Cause every time we touch, I get this feeling, and every time we kiss, I swear I can fly. Can't you feel my heart beat fast? I want this to last. You think DK wanted to trade because he wants to win? And I can't imagine he's very happy going to the Steelers, a team that's just kind of stuck. Like, what's the difference between where the Steelers have been for the last 8 years and where we've been for the last 8 years, really? It's the same thing. Yeah, I saw the Pharaoh Brown thing. Chad Hart, thank you for the 1999 super chat. Brendan is drinking coffee just like Brando, the two best content fellas on my beloved Seattle Seahawks. Dan Viens is a well-oiled machine. Also, he's here in Arizona banning his nurse. I'm not sure I follow all of that, but yeah. Don't get used to it, though. I'm not the next time I'm going to drink coffee, is going to be on day 3 of the draft, and then I'm probably not drinking it again for a long time. Lucas Patrick from the Saints is visiting Seattle on Monday. All right, let's go. I like it. Lucas Patrick would be great. Kubiak familiarity. Would be a great backup and could even be a semi-competent stopgap starter. I'm not seeing anything about it yet, though, officially, but that's not necessarily a big issue with me because he's not a top-tier player. That's not something that would necessarily be reported everywhere. I've never had that issue, Brandon. I super chat a couple of YouTubers sometimes. Never had that issue. But, that's why I keep trying to tell people to tip me instead. Tipping's better. I don't think tipping will do that. I think you can put anything you want into a tip message. As far as I know. Also, I know super chat messages tend to be very short, depending on how much you donate. I think tip messages have no real limit to length based on amount. Yeah, right, guy. That's why you don't do it from... Isn't that a thing that happens on your iPhone? I think iPhones do that. I don't really want to give Cup multi-year money, Mitchell. I want a 1-year deal for Cup. I just want to liberate myself to take BPA in the draft as much as possible. I think Apple has a thing where they charge extra when you do things like super chats or bits or cheers on Twitch. They take their own piece. So if you do it from an Android or a PC, I don't think it costs as much. That's my understanding. I've never had an iPhone before, so I've never done it. But what if the tip is all you got? What do you mean, me? How would you feel if we got Jenkins, Becton, and Lucas Patrick? I'd feel like we got a real chance this year. Emeka Egbuka is pretty much a slot receiver, and we don't need a slot receiver. We need outside receivers. Are you doing the Archer joke? Just the tip? Okay. I respect that. I value that. I feel you. Okay. I got you. Would you take Zabel at 18? That's too much for me. Zabel 18 is a little rich. Cup at 2 years, 22? Yeah, that's probably fine. I'm assuming that the second year would be very, very easy to get out from. Bone Miner, thank you for the $5 tip. Thanks for all the hard work keeping me and everyone else updated this week, Brendan. Hopefully we can make some signings today to give you something to talk about. Yeah, and hopefully they're good signings. All right. Hopefully they're, hopefully it's not... Well, I guess actually, if all I care about is generating interest, What if we gave Russell Wilson a 4-year deal for $40 million a year? That would be really confusing. It'd give us a lot to talk about. Oh, by the way, I need to get Eichenberg off the list here. There we go. Bye-bye, Eichenberg. If we sign Tevin Jenkins, do you think the first O-line draft will be a center? The centers in this draft kind of suck, is the thing. There might not be one until day 3. I'm not even kidding. Would you be happy with Becton? I would assume that Becton, if we sign him, we have a plan for him. I don't know if he's a scheme fit with the information I have at the moment. Win, thank you for the $5 super chat. Anyone you'd be okay trading up to like 15 or 16 for if they're a high tier who seems to be dropping that far just to secure them? I mean, I'd be okay with it. I'd be okay with doing that for like a McMillan or maybe a Will Johnson. But I don't believe we're going to trade up because that doesn't seem to be John Schneider's way. Well, Becton's a right guard. Tomlinson was a left guard, so I don't even think you can draw that great of an equivalency there. As of now, is this a playoff team to you? Hell no, Ricky. Hell no. Not a chance. They can get there, but it's going to require some work. Do you have any concern with McMillan's ability to separate in the NFL? Not really. Not really. I think he can use his size. Are you at all interested in James Pierce? Doesn't he have off-field, like, character issues now? Isn't he in trouble for something? I could be, thinking of somebody else, but isn't he, like, in some kind of trouble? What about Tyler Warren? I really like Tyler Warren. I do. I don't know if I'd trade up for him. That's tough. I'd have to think. I'm going to have to really think about that one. Okay, I'm not seeing anything about Lucas Patrick yet, for whatever that's worth. Nathan, he has a hyphenated name. It's Tristan Castillo. I don't feel like putting that whole thing on the board. Yeah, Mike Green has character concerns too. I've heard about that. But I think James Pierce has his own. I would love Will Johnson. Give me Will Johnson. Give me Will Johnson. It does seem like we're in on Cup. It does seem like Cup is going to happen, and I'm cool with that. I'm also cool if we don't get him, though. I think that it can go either way, and ultimately, my goal is not to sign the greatest receiver since Jerry Rice. My goal is to just make me feel like we're not in desperate need of a wide receiver going into the draft. And we can accomplish that with Cooper Kupp. We can also accomplish that with Elijah Moore. We can accomplish that with probably a couple other players as well. So I'm willing to be flexible here. You're not worried about Johnson's wingspan? Not really. His 2023 tape is immaculate. Playing top competition at Michigan. He's not playing at Tennessee Chattanooga. What are the signs we are going to get Cup? It seems like everybody else is falling out of the conversation. Like, I know, Brandon, you said Chargers yesterday. I haven't heard anything linking the Chargers to Cup. If McMillan and Johnson are both there at 18, who would you take? Probably Johnson. I'm going to have to think about that. That's not an easy one. That's not an easy one for me. You're going to have to give me some time on that one, but my gut says Johnson. You have him as your CB1. Hunter's probably more valuable because he does add the receiver stuff on top of it, but I think Johnson's a better corner prospect. Like, think about it like this, guys. Johnson was considered to be a top 3 prospect in this draft by everybody when the season started, and then he's falling because he tried to play injured and he didn't look as good. Think about that. If you can get a top 3 prospect who only fell because of something that wasn't his fault, on, by the way, a team that lost a massive amount of their talent from 2023, then I think you have to do it. Ricard signed with the Ravens. Wasn't that like 2 days ago? I heard something a little bit ago that said the Cowboys were out on Cup. That's signing Cooper Kupp is not really the Dallas Cowboys way. Just conceptually to me, I don't know how I feel about that. Don't they always go for splash signings? No, not at all. What do we think of Juszczyk? He might be washed up. There's some risk there. He might be washed up. I know Niners fans. I'm friends with Niners fans. I've made friends with many school shooters, and they think he's washed up by and large. So worth noting. Yeah, that's the Tim Walz quote. At least a couple people picked up on it. What are you presuming Jenkins' visit means? Maybe we just want a physical. Maybe we just want a physical, and if we like it, we're good to go. That's how I would kind of read into it right now, but we'll see. Wait, are we in talks with Cup? I don't know if we're in talks with Cup, but it feels like pretty much every other team that he could go to is dropping out. Anyway, since we've been streaming for a little while, I do want to go through a few things real quick. Thank you, everybody, for coming out to the stream today. We've got like 370 people in here right now. I know that it's going to be a little bit of a slower day. I know that today is definitely going to be a little bit of a. It's going to be slower than the first couple of days, I think, for sure. So we'll see what's up. We'll see what happens. The Seahawks may be more active today than they've been in the other days, though. I think that's a realistic possibility. And we're going to follow along with everything that goes along across the NFL today. I'm going to stream until about 5 o'clock. So we're going to have fun hanging out. I'm going to interact with chat as much as possible. It is worth noting, though, that I'm not going to be able to respond to everything. I don't think that's realistic because there are so many people in here. And there are some things you can do to help me out. First of all, please like the stream if you haven't already. We have 45 likes on the stream as of this moment. So if you haven't already, please like the stream. Takes less than a second. Helps with engagement. Helps with reach. Helps with just getting the stream out there. Subscribe to the channel if you're new and you like daily Seahawks content. I make 4 to 6 Seahawks videos most days. We're going to kick off with draft coverage very, very soon here. So if you're interested in that, definitely subscribe. We're trying to get to 20,000 by the end of the month, which is at this point probably not particularly realistic. But I can use all the subs that I can get. So if you want to go above and beyond all that, though, there are many ways you can do so. This is one of the 2 times during the year where I push very hard to stream. I'm typically not a big time streamer on this channel. So during this opening week of free agency and the draft, I do stream a lot. So I do ask for donations a little bit more than I usually do because that is really the only way I can make money on these streams for the most part. So you can super chat via the link in the $ button in the chat. You can tip via the link near the top of the description. You can pledge to the Patreon. You can become a channel member by clicking the join button for $2, $5, or $15 a month. And you can also gift memberships to other people in the chat. All right. So, with all that being said, let's try to have a good day here. It's been an interesting day already. Not a lot of activity, but a lot of motion. Does anyone have a source on the Lucas Patrick reports, by the way? I haven't seen anything official yet, but I've seen multiple people say that we're having him in. From Hawk Blogger. Okay, let me. I haven't seen that, but that's cool. The Lucas Patrick idea makes a ton of sense to me personally. I don't think he costs very much at all. And I think he adds value. And he could even be like a marginal starter. That's probably better than Lakin Tomlinson. Mega Lucario, welcome to the Elite membership tier. Thank you, Mega Lucario. Welcome aboard. I think it's correct to be very wary of Becton. He looked good playing next to Lane Johnson and Cam Jurgens. Nemhauser said, okay, Nemhauser said it. They're doing another Freaky Friday movie? What the hell? I wouldn't be disappointed if we signed Becton because I'm sure we're aware of what he is, but I would also be a little bit confused. I'll put it to you like that. I would scratch my head just a little bit. But I would assume that this team is smart enough to know that he's slow. Yeah, Denver could be in on Cup. Yeah. I did hear that. I'd probably take Donovan Jackson in the second round without even thinking about it too hard. I think he's worth that. I don't think he's worth a first round pick right now. I don't. Taker, thank you for the $5. I hope McDonald isn't insisting on defensive players taking priority in draft because we don't have a perennial MVP candidate under center like Baltimore. I doubt that's the case, Taker. I doubt it. I wouldn't worry too much about that. But I do feel like BPA will be a defensive player when we draft. Jackson's a guard. Or he should be a guard. Seth, thank you for the $5 tip. I've heard a couple theories that Niners might try and pivot off of Purdy with the Mac Jones signing. Do you think there's anything behind that? I don't know if they're going to pivot off Purdy, but it does seem like they don't want to pay him, and they're not going to. And we do know that Shanahan likes McCorkle. I'm not convinced it's a pivot so much as it is trying to give themselves an escape plan right now. But I think there's definitely resistance on their part to pay Purdy. And let's say Purdy demands a trade. I think they'd rather trade him than pay him. Niners are in trouble for the short term. Is Ward a better prospect than Purdy, though? Oh, definitely. Purdy isn't really even that talented, guys. Purdy's arm is one of the weakest arms in the NFL. And he's injury prone. Like, there's a reason. Like, he's better than anybody expected, but there is a reason why he was the last pick in the draft. Hey, David, how's day 5 going? Very little action yet, which is not surprising. So, we're just waiting. Tom Brady didn't have a weak arm. Purdy is not a good prospect at all. His talent level is actually quite low. Hey, Pinkney. Did you see Darnold's compliments towards Purdy? Well, most players compliment other players. It's, it's plight. Taker, thank you for the $2. Surprised Russ and Rogers haven't found a team yet? Well, they're both washed up. What else are you going to do? They both ain't got nothing in the tank. I think Gabriel's draftable. I actually thought Gabriel did pretty good at the combine. Rogers is not signed with the Steelers yet. Rodgers hasn't signed with anyone yet. I'm not high on Gabriel, but I think he did pretty well at the combine, and I like him a little bit more than I thought I would. Brady went in the 6th round because he ran like he had a large stick lodged in his rear end. Like, watch him do his 40 time at the combine sometime. He runs like he has a stick up there. Do you think Tom Brady is the best quarterback in history? No, the best quarterback in history is Johnny Unitas. Yeah, Milrow. I don't even know if I draft Milrow at all. I don't know if I draft Milrow. He's not a quarterback. He's an athlete. Wear and tear wise, Sam Darnold has more miles than Geno despite age. Do you agree? I think it's pretty equivalent, David. I think it's pretty damn equivalent, at the very least. You think he might go undrafted? No, not a chance, but I don't like him at all. I don't think he's a quarterback. I think he's like a crappy version of Anthony Richardson, and Anthony Richardson's crappy, as is. Yeah, guys, I hope that everybody realized when I criticized Sam Darnold this morning for his public speaking spills, that was pretty much, that was pretty much a joke. Like, I don't care if our quarterback has good public speaking skills. Like, that was me being kind of facetious. Help people pick up on that. Do you have better public speaking skills? I think so. I took a class in college once on public speaking, like 18 years ago. What about Ewers? I've lost interest in Ewers more and more as time has gone by. I liked him more 2 years ago. I'm not so impressed with what I'm seeing from him right now. I liked Will Howard, then he tanked the combine, so now I don't know what to think. I'm a little bit confused. Uh... Yeah, Jenkins was my number one free agent when this whole thing started, so my perception completely changes if we sign him. That doesn't mean it can't go wrong, but there's a huge difference in signing a guy like a Laken Tomlinson and signing a Tevin Jenkins. You sign Tevin Jenkins, that tells me you're at least trying, and I respect the hell out of that. Like, if you sign Laken Tomlinson type guys, you're not even trying. Didn't Unitas win a bunch of NFL championships too before the Super Bowl era? Is Mosley washed? I don't know if he's washed. He's not what he used to be. I think Milroe could do better than Richardson, but I didn't think Richardson should have been drafted at all. It wouldn't be hard to do better than Richardson. It would not be hard to do better than Richardson. That's a very low bar to clear, so I could see it. But I'm not a fan. You like Will Howard at all? He really, really sucked at the combine, but I do still like him. I do still like him. I liked him after the college football season was over. I like Will Howard. I like him less now. I have to, I have to like him at least a little bit less, but still intriguing to me. I like Will Howard. If Dart is available at 18, would you take him? No. No. Absolutely not. Why would the Saints want Cup? Can the Saints just stop for a little while? Can the Saints just, like, not? I think Dart could be like Matt Hasselbeck, but that's about it. And Matt Hasselbeck was a 6th round pick. Matt Hasselbeck was good because he got groomed under Mike Holmgren and Brett Favre. Let's be real here, guys. Let's Matt Hasselbeck had a nice little career, but look at the circumstances that it took for him to have that nice career. If that's what it takes, you're not worth a 1st rounder or even a 2nd or 3rd rounder in my mind. Maybe Dart's worth it in the 3rd round, but I'm not a fan. If the Seahawks sign Jenkins, would you consider this year's free agency as a success? I'd be good with that. I'd be like, okay, we've set ourselves up pretty decently here to at least have the best draft possible. That's all I can ask. I also kind of like Riley Leonard. I think he could be like Jalen Hurts, but, in order to win with Jalen Hurts, you got to have one heck of a team around him, and we don't have that right now. But I think Riley Leonard could do what Jalen Hurts has done. Nothing going on, people. Things are sleepy. And I'm going to step away for a few minutes, guys. I got a couple things to do. I'll be right back. We'll see if anything happens while I'm gone. Okay, guys, we're back. Anything happen? Looks quiet right now. Cup looking for 15 million. I mean, I doubt he gets that. I don't know if I see that one, but oh, here we go. We got a little bit of something. Dane Johnson back to the Buffalo Bills, the cornerback. Let me get that on the board here. He was not somebody who was really on my radar. Dane Jackson. There we go. Dane Jackson. I think the Cup contract would be a 1-year deal or a 2-year deal with a really easy out. I don't. He's been relatively forgettable for 3 straight years now. He's not the player that he was in 2021 at all. He's been hurt. Well, I mean that's not really. I don't think that's the justification that you might seem to be thinking it is, Shiloh Davis. Like being hurt is kind of his natural state at this point. Yeah, if he wasn't hurt, he would have been a lot better. But if he wasn't hurt, he'd probably be getting, 25 million a year. Are you at all excited for the new MLB season? At this point, not really. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting, Derek. Cubs had 2 really good years. Here's the bottom line, guys. Here's the bottom line for me. Cup is a good signing for the Seahawks to make so they don't have to force anything in the draft. He's good enough to where we can go, we don't have to draft a receiver if these circumstances don't break our way. That's what I'm looking for here. I don't want to I don't want to be in a situation in the draft where I feel like we just have to have X. Jackson Hawes is the blocking tight end from Georgia Tech, right? He's all right. I can dig it. The Eagles have been open to trade talks for Bryce Huff and Dallas Goedert. Okay, there we go. Somebody was talking about Dallas Goedert yesterday. I was like, I thought he was on a team. I don't really want either guy though. I don't think either move makes sense at the moment. I never got into the WWE stuff, Nathan. I have a lot of friends who did, so I know a little bit about it by osmosis, but I don't really know much about WWE personally. Savion Williams would be nice. Rainwater games, yeah. What realistic moves could the Seahawks do that would entirely change your stance on the free agency period so far? Honestly, Jenkins and Cup or Jenkins and Moore would have me in a place where I feel like we did about as good as we could have, or very close to it. Who do you like better as an actor, The Rock or John Cena? What? Damn, man. Damn. This is like trying to choose between sodomy with a red hot poker or castration via rusty steak knife. What kind of question is that? Woof. Batista's a better actor than both of them, yeah, definitely. Batista's a good actor. You know what? John Cena might actually be an okay actor. I'll go with John Cena. But, man, you got to give me a little bit more to work with here. Woof. Apparently, Dwayne Johnson is cast as the lead in Scorsese's next film. If Scorsese gets a great performance out of The Rock, then Scorsese's the GOAT. No, I never played RuneScape. RuneScape passed me over. I have an appreciation for The Rock in some capacities, but not anymore. Like, I thought that he did a great job in the fifth Fast and Furious movie, and then things just kind of slipped away. Like, Fast 5 is a legitimately great action movie. I didn't see Peacemaker. I heard it was pretty good. I did watch The Suicide Squad, and I thought it was pretty good. And I liked Cena in it, I'll say that. Well, when you think about it, a lot of wrestlers should be good actors because acting, I mean, wrestling has a lot of acting elements in it, right? When you think about it, being a wrestler is kind of like being an actor. It makes sense that those guys would transition over very well. You plan on making chat emojis? I have some chat emojis, Minty. I have as many as I'm allowed to based on the number of members I have. You have to hit certain member number milestones to unlock emoji slots, and I've used all the emoji slots I have. You think we let Jenkins leave without a contract? It just depends on how the physical goes. You have more viewers than Bump and Stacy right now. And this is a low number of viewers for me relative to the rest of the week. I had 1,000 viewers for much of Monday because so much was happening. Yes, Batista is the shirtless dude in Guardians of the Galaxy. He's a good actor. Batista's good. Free agency kind of goes forever, crack and smack. It never really ends. It just has different phases. It would be very weird for Jenkins to do well on his physical and not get offered a contract, but weird stuff happens all the time in this world. Hmm. I've heard about the Silent Hill F trailer. I play a lot of horror games. I haven't watched it yet, though. If we sign somebody of significance, we're going to get way more than 500 people in here, Cliffic. On Monday, when we did the Darnold signing, we had like 1,300 people in here. It's going to be more than 500 if we actually make a significant move, I think. That's how this works. I think Jenkins is a top 10 guard, and he's a great scheme fit. It's David. I think Jenkins is very, very good. The only thing really holding him back is the injuries. And the injuries aren't that bad. He misses a handful of games a year. It's not like he misses whole seasons. I think Cup is good enough to justify having around. But there are other things we could do too that would be fine as well. It's not it does if it's not Cup, it could be Elijah Moore. I think Elijah Moore would be fine. There are probably a couple other guys in that category as well. I'm not going to trip on it too hard. You think it's understandable to be concerned if JSN could be a number one receiver? I'm not too concerned about that at this point, but I think we need to understand exactly what he is. He's a slot receiver. If we ask him to play a lot of snaps on the outside, that's a problem. At this point, I think Olu's going to be the starting center, or Christian Haynes bumps over to center. David Pugh, thank you for the $4.99. Cup for 2/40. Jenkins for 3/65. And then granted, 18 would be a solid chain of events. I'm hoping Cup doesn't cost that much, but fundamentally, I agree with where you're coming from. Well, JSN played 2 games without DK. One game he was amazing, and the other game he was whatever. So, tell the whole story here. There's a bigger story to tell. But I think JSN's good enough to be a number one. That doesn't mean you can get away with having nothing around him. I think Jenkins 3 year 65 would be. I don't think he's going to get that anymore either. I feel like if he was going to get that, he would have signed by now. I don't think anyone's offering him that much. I don't see that happening. I think it's going to be less. Again, though, I want to say this. I don't really care that much. I'd rather have good players than cap space. Good players are more important than cap space. Yeah, dragons aren't around anymore. Uh, Seth, thank you for the $2 tip. If we sign Jenkins, can you do some Jaeger bombs on stream? I don't even know what a Jaeger bomb is. I gotta be honest. Somebody's gonna have to fill me in on that. The only alcohol I drink are margaritas. And that's very, very rare. I'm certainly not doing it at 10:30 in the morning. My parents have like margaritas, so sometimes they make them, and then I'll have a little bit of it when they're having it, but I don't. That's it. Yeah. I've never had an energy drink before. I had this conversation the other day. I've never had an energy drink before of any kind. It is well known within the Browns organization that Garrett is frequently late to the facility. He has skipped mandatory team meetings on multiple occasions. Huh, interesting. That's about the most recent news we have, people. Do you think Seattle will draft heavy on the O line? I feel like they're a little obligated to, but we'll see what happens the rest of free agency. There's plenty of time between now and the draft. We don't have a game. We don't have a game next week. We don't have a game for 6 months. We got plenty of time to figure this out. Ever gonna add some background music? No. I don't need back. Why? What am I gonna do with background music? We have sound. I use sound effects. We have sound effects on this stream. A couple of them have music that will actually get me demonetized. I played a couple of these sound effects on stream before, and the music in the background of them for even like 10 seconds will actually get me demonetized. So just to play the ones that don't have music, like let's see here.
But 9/11 was a national tragedy.
Sensational.
I'm going to jail!
What's another one?
Banned. Gone. Forever.
Yeah, one of the sound effects I have on the board is, you know, the guy who plays the My Heart Will Go On recorder? I have that. I played that one time on stream and it got me demonetized. I also have a clip from the book on tape of one of the Game of Thrones books, or A Song of Fire and Ice, and the background music got me demonetized. There are a couple here that might get me in trouble if I played them. Oh yeah, we got this one too. Got this one.
That's a huge bitch!
Oh, Delshon Phillips. Not familiar with him. Let's get that on the board, though. How do they know? They've got something that, like, just detects it. Zephyr Cook, thank you for the €5, I think. £5, one of the two. What are the 3 to 5 players you'd be most interested in 18? Kenneth Grant. Maybe we're getting there with Will Johnson. I'll say Matt Golden just because everybody's kind of hyping him up now. I need to do my own research there before I commit to it, but Golden is somebody that a lot of Seahawks fans are really circling the wagons around. And let's go with... Does Membo count? I don't think there's any way Membo will be there anymore, but if Membo's there, I mean, you know, auga. Darnold is wearing 14, yes. Delshon Phillips. Not familiar with him. I like Loveland, but he's not one of my favorites at this point. I like him, but I'm not. Nah. Alex Draper goes in the first 2 rounds. I don't know. I've never heard that name before. So I'm going to guess no. Seattle Flights, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the sub. I don't think Tyler Booker's good enough to take it 18. I don't think Tyler Booker's good enough to justify that. Oh, Chiefs bring back Kareem Hunt. Kareem Hunt is back in KC, baby. One year, 2.5 million. There we go. Well, we didn't trade for Sam Darnold, Nick. We signed Sam Darnold. I'm still not crazy about it. I'm still not really into it, but it's we didn't trade for him. It's not that bad. This is definitely different. The only O-line I see being available and worth the pick at 18 is Zabel. I don't want to say no, but I do want to say that's not my... I don't know how excited I'd be about that. Darnold said he modeled his game after Brock Purdy from his time in San Francisco. Well, I really hope that's not true. Because the one thing about Darnold that I like is that he's got a big arm. So if he starts emulating noodle arm Brock Purdy, we got a problem. I'm not sure about a man worry at 18. I'm a little off that. I like Starks more. I think I'm kind of back to that. I still don't think Darnold is the long-term solution, just somebody to keep us afloat. Well, there were much cheaper options that could have kept us afloat. That's kind of how I feel about it. That's why I feel like we're stuck in the middle. Everyone was like, hey, we got to do these moves. We got to get rid of Geno. We got to get rid of DK because we got to get out of the cycle of mediocrity. And now I feel like we're right. We're still in the cycle of mediocrity, just a different flavor of mediocrity with Sam Darnold. Sorry, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying anything more than that. Right now I look at this team and I see a different flavor of mediocrity. Mhm. Baron Brown went to the Dolphins. We were never going to bring him back anyway, so I don't even feel the need to comment on it. It's whatever. Yeah, he did, Green Earth. He looked good in the practices. He looked bad in the game. That's the thing, Green Earth. Zabel looked good in practice, but he didn't look very good in the game. Taking a step back is a step back. I don't think this is a step back. If this is a step back, I don't know why we brought back Jaron Reed. And honestly, I don't know why we signed Dexter Lawrence. I'm sorry, DeMarcus Lawrence either. To me, this is a very weak attempt to step back. To me, this is like a tiny little step back that is still indicative of a team that is afraid to really take a step back. Oh, Jonas Savaiinaea. Yeah, he's different. He's better. I like him better, but at 18, I still don't know. And all right, let's see here. No, I'm not seeing anything from Corbin. We're good, people. Everyone, nothing new going on here. Nothing from Corbin on Cup yet, from what I'm seeing. So there's a chance they could compete this year because a lot of people don't think we can. There's a lot of work to be done to do that. There's a lot of work to be done. In my opinion, you have downgraded noticeably at quarterback, and there's probably going to at least be there is a non-trivial downgrade at receiver. And honestly, as much as you had nothing to lose here, you haven't gotten better on the offensive line. I think you're going to be better on defense, but there have been some significant downgrades offensively at this point. So I need to see some things turn around. I need to see at least capable receivers. I need to see big upgrades on the offensive line to offset what I view as a non-trivial downgrade at quarterback. And I want to say this. I think the defense will be better this year. I think the defense could be like top 6 or 7 pretty easily. But what is it for? I just don't see why people think Gino is way above Sam. Well, I've done the very best that I can. I've done the absolute best that I can to explain why I feel that way. So I don't really know what else I can say other than what I've already said. But I have put a lot of effort in trying to explain exactly why I believe that is the case. It's not a massive difference, but it is a significant difference. Did Kubiak work with Juz on the 49ers when Kubiak was on staff? Definitely. Juszczyk has been there for a very, very, very long time. And Grady Jarrett, this is old, but Grady Jarrett got more money than I thought he would. If JS made an offer and Geno's camp didn't even counter or respond, there's not much you can do with that. Well, at that point, then I step back to the previous decision trees, where John Schneider completely failed to build a team around him that made him feel good about staying. I don't think Geno Smith would have a problem staying if we had a competent offensive line. Schneider was unable to fix the offensive line. I think that's probably a big part of the reason why Geno didn't want to be here. So either way, I consider it to be Schneider's fault. It's either Schneider's fault he didn't negotiate the contract with him well, or it's on him for not building a good team around him. Geno's worth significantly more than $45 million. Geno being worth $45 million is actually kind of a no-brainer. That's like the 14th highest average annual value contract for a quarterback. And remember, a decent chunk of the quarterbacks in this league are on rookie deals. So, if he wanted $45 million, he was basically asking for a average-sized contract. So, for you to think that Geno wanting $45 million is laughable, what you're saying is you think Geno is one of the worst starting quarterbacks in the league. And he's quite simply not. The cap goes up by 10% every year. Who cares about contracts to top players? Who cares? $45 million a year now is $40 million a year next year, and it's $35 million a year the next year. By the time you get to the meat of that contract, that ain't nothing. Think about it like this. The Damian Lewis contract looked like garbage a year ago, and now it looks like an absolute bargain. That's the nature of this league right now. The cap goes up by like 10% every year. Aaron Rodgers is waiting to hear back from the Vikings before he makes a decision. Why are the Vikings trying to sign Aaron Rodgers? What the heck is going on? What is going on? Why would they even consider doing that? Geno was a choker like a big dump. Man, I think you guys live in an alternate universe for me, and we're watching completely different football seasons play out. I think you guys reside in some alternate universe where things play out completely differently than how they do in the universe where I reside. Geno Smith set an all-time NFL record for fourth quarter comebacks 2 years ago. An all-time NFL record. Not a franchise record, not a record over the last 5 years, an all-time NFL record. They don't trust J.J. McCarthy? And that's really bad. That is really bad. If you could get Damian Lewis back for our fourth round comp, would you? At this point, yes, because, well, it depends on what happens with Tevin Jenkins. I'll put it to you like that. Yeah, guys, think about that. Kirk Cousins tore his Achilles and he got $45 million a year for 4 years. Think about that. Think about that. Kirk Cousins, who has never won a Super Bowl, never made a deep playoff run, got 4 years, $45 million a year, coming off a torn Achilles. So Geno is absolutely worth $45 million a year. Darnold is wearing 14. That contract was a joke, but it still happened, right? It still happened. Bills, Reed Ferguson. Who is Reed Ferguson? Y'all asked the wrong questions. Can Geno Smith win a Super Bowl? We just watched Jalen Hurts win a Super Bowl. If Jalen Hurts can win a Super Bowl, a lot of people can win a Super Bowl. All right? If Jalen Hurts can win a Super Bowl, there are a lot of people that can win a Super Bowl. A lot. Reed Ferguson's a long snapper? All right, there we go. Especially because we live in a world where Josh Allen can't even play in a damn Super Bowl. Deal with Jenkins, why Monday? I don't know. Maybe Tevin Jenkins is in the Antarctic and it's going to take him a couple days to get back to America so he can visit the VMAC. I don't know. So the Bills gave a long snapper a 4-year deal. Wild. Jimmy Garoppolo played in a Super Bowl. Brock Purdy played in a Super Bowl. And Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson can't even get to the Super Bowl. So, sorry, you guys are asking the wrong questions. Not even 10 years ago, Nick Foles won the Super Bowl, and Nick Foles is bad. Like, Nick Foles is actually bad. Jalen Hurts isn't bad, right? He's okay. He's got some strengths, but he's also got some big-time weaknesses. Like, Nick Foles is actually bad. And he won a Super Bowl, so in my mind, anybody asking that question, can you win the Super Bowl with Geno Smith? You're asking the wrong question. You signed Cup today? It sounds like Cup's going to make a decision today. Yeah, you could win a Super Bowl with Sam Darnold, I think. You could, but you've got a lot of work to do to build that team that can do that. You got a lot of work to do. If Gino's decision making is bad, then why does he have an approximately league average TWP over the last 3 years? Despite having to throw the ball more than any other quarterback and having pretty bad offensive coordinators running his offense. Like, that's not consistent with the data that I see. That's just something that people say. And because so many people have said it, it's kind of been spoken into existence. I think that's just something that people say. Alex Shuss, thank you for the $4.99. If the Hawks do end up signing Tevin Jenkins and possibly Cup, what would you personally grade this free agency period at? Love your stream. Go Hawks. That'd be pretty good, man. That'd be like B+ territory. I'd be pretty okay with that. His TWP go way up in the red zone, though? Only last year. Only last year. He was fine in the red zone the previous 2 years. Only last year. You guys have to understand the nature of turnover, of high turnover numbers. There's often regression to the mean. If you want it to be A, B to me, if you wanted it to be A. Yeah, the Ryan Kelly one kind of hurts. But I understand that Ryan Kelly's like very old. The thing with Ryan Kelly is that he's old. I get that. He's the same territory as Will Levis over 2 year stretch. Well, Will Levis is awesome, so. Let's not go after a national treasure like Will Levis. I'm not a big Bradbury guy. I think he's already been released, but he's not good. He's a bad player. So I don't know how many people remember this, but there was a 3-year period where the New Orleans Saints had Drew Brees in his prime and went 8-8 every year. Drew Brees went 8-8 with no playoffs 3 straight seasons in his prime. So this idea that it's impossible for a really good quarterback to not have some over-the-top winning team is pretty easy. It's pretty damn easy to disarm. So the lesson there is crap happens. Where's Becton at? I think that Becton, I think people think he's a product of the system. I think he's a product of the system, and I think people are a little bit concerned about him. I think Chino left because of the attitude of fans towards him. I really hope not. I really hope not. And I don't think so. I don't think that happened. If that happened, though, that's really disgusting. That's really disgusting if that happened. Tate Ratledge and Jared Wilson together. That'd be nice, Cody Funk. I could dig it. Wouldn't it be nice if we were older? Then we wouldn't have to wait so long. And wouldn't it be nice? Long live the king. Thank you for the $5. This is why I'll root for Gino. Never seen more false narratives or lies put on a player before. Didn't like Percy Harvin, but couldn't deny his talent. Yeah. I gotta be honest, you know, me and this fan base have butted heads at times. But the way in which this fan base has treated Geno Smith has really, in my opinion, made them look bad. I don't think the only other fan base that does this, in my opinion, is Cowboys fans. The only other fan base out there that treats their players like this, in my opinion, is Cowboys fans. And you know what? I hope that it stops with Darnold. I really do. Because if Darnold doesn't play that well this year, and it's not his fault, it's because of the offensive line or the offensive system, then I hope that the fans... Now, I don't know why they would arbitrarily decide they would make excuses for Darnold that they weren't willing to make for Geno Smith, but I hope they're willing to make the excuses if the excuses are valid. I hope that if Darnold goes out there and gets killed behind this offensive line because the offensive line is bad, people will be like, wow, this offensive line is bad. No quarterback has a chance to succeed here. I hope, but based on the way things went with Geno Smith, I don't have a lot of optimism about that. Still nothing going on, man. Today is slow. Today is just as slow as yesterday, unfortunately. About the best thing about today is that we're actually getting some whispers of things that may happen in the near future, but we're not getting any actual movement. Too bad. Yeah. If people are people think Geno is bad because he holds onto the ball too long. I have some very bad news about how Sam Darnold plays football. I have some very interesting things about how Sam Darnold plays football that you guys seem to be unaware of. What if Aaron Rodgers just comes out and says, I want to retire? Derek, that was literally 3 years ago. Things have happened over the last 3 years that have given me more information to work with. You do realize that, right? Geno wanted out? Well, Geno probably wanted out because our GM sucks at building an offensive line. So I'm not letting John Schneider off the hook for that. No matter what, it's his fault. Yeah, what if Rodgers just retires, man? Man, that might actually create a bidding war for like Russell Wilson or something. As crazy as that sounds, he'd go from somebody that nobody wants to somebody that multiple teams want. Wilson to Vikings. Man, they must really hate J.J. McCarthy. They must really hate J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota. I don't get it. Especially if it's somebody who costs more than a few bucks. They must think very poorly of J.J. McCarthy. And in fairness, I don't like J.J. McCarthy either, but man, I mean, they just drafted him. You would think they would like him somewhat. I just don't understand why Wilson would want to go to Cleveland or New York. Those teams are going to be terrible this year. How is that not going to be miserable for him? Don't you, again, like, I just feel like you got to go somewhere where you at least have a chance of winning games. You got to go somewhere where you at least have a chance of not going like 4-13 and getting embarrassed every week. And the Browns and Giants are just a complete dead end. Like the Steelers would make a little more sense because that's not a complete dead end. Well, how much money does he think he's going to get? The Browns already gave all that money to Deshaun Watson that they can't get out of. It's not like they have a lot of money to work with here. Browns, you have a chance? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't see it. Honestly, I think the Jets have a better chance of being okay than the Browns. Oh my God. Oh, that's funny. Are the Broncos still paying the money to Russ? Kinda, sorta. In a manner of speaking, yes. Come on, something happen. Do something. Let's go, people. Oh. I'm good with I would love Jenkins. There's risk. There's risk. Don't get me wrong. But there's always going to be risk. If there was no risk, the Bears probably would have kept him. That's how this works, right? If he was a no-brainer slam dunk, I don't think the Bears let him leave the building. Risner at left guard would be okay, but a little bit unambitious. Little bit unambitious here. Is it Risner or Reisner? Is it Risner or Reiser? Reisner? Okay. Do you think the Hawks made any offer to Kevin Zietler? I don't have any reason to believe that we did, but I mean, we could have, but there's no reason to believe it, in my estimation. What do you think would Schneider have to do to keep his job? If I say it, I'm going to get banned off YouTube. Josh Jobe? I don't know. How good has Quentin Nelson been lately? I don't know how good he's been. I know he was very good not that long ago, but has he been good recently? I think Jenkins is a good fit for us, yes. The Buccaneers have restructured Tristan Wirfs' contract. I wonder what they need the cap space for. Are they going to sign somebody? Mm. Mm. Are there any movies worth seeing this week? Let's see here. What is Black Bag? I know it got really good reviews, but what is Black Bag? Oh, Soderbergh. Wow, it's a hour and a half long movie. Hour and a half long movie. That's kind of nice. Some of these movies are starting to really trim down on their running time. Apparently Novocaine is pretty good, but I don't know if I need to see it. Apparently Mickey 17 is good, but I heard it wasn't great. Okay. Why is Mufasa still in theaters? How has that thing not been tossed out on its ass yet? What do you think about trading Woolen and replacing him with Asante Samuel? That might be interesting. I'm not anti that. I think that's an intriguing idea. Is there? Pandemonium Bad. Thank you for $5. Outside of Tevin Jenkins, are there any other free agent that you're eyeing? Side note, good movies, Predestination. I'd say my second guy I'm eyeing pretty hardcore right now is Elijah Moore. I think he would be a cheap, reasonable, young way to, like, solidify things. Side note, good movie, Predestination. Never heard of Predestination. Still no numbers on the Ross signing? No, but it's Vetmin or Vetmin Plus. I'm not even tripping on it, man. Also interested in potentially... I'd be okay with Cooper Kupp. Dalton Reisner would be decent. There are a couple other guys as well, but I'm not going to sit here and list every single guy. Would Russ consider taking a year off to sign with a better team next year? You wouldn't think he would want to do that. Maybe he has to. But I'm sure he doesn't want to. That movie was horrible. Which movie? What movie? Predestination? Nathan, I'd be open to that. I think that sounds like a pretty decent idea to me. Sean McLeod, I don't think that's true. Oh, Blindside. Okay. I've actually never seen The Blindside. I've certainly heard of it, of course. Asante Samuel's with the Chargers. Okuda is very flawed, but there is a lot of talent there. Yeah, Brady Christensen, that one would have been decent. Sean McLeod, I think Jenkins and to a certain extent Coleman Shelton were the good parts of that offensive line. I think those parts of the offensive line were good. That's my evaluation of it. Like, you can have a very good player on a very bad offensive line. Just ask Charles Cross. Like, Charles Cross was, I think, really good last year, maybe even great. And yet, our offensive line was terrible, so it's a group effort up there, man. Seahawks re-signed Cody White. I could dig it, but let's see here. Yes, we. All right, guys. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. Let's do a sound effect for the not a drill sound. I don't know what's a good one.
That's a huge bitch.
Let's go with that one. We don't know the money yet, but once again, I'm pretty sure it's going to be the minimum or very close to the minimum. All right, let me go ahead and cut a video here. All right, everybody, good late morning. We are here on Friday, and once again, it's been pretty darn slow. I turned the stream on at 9, and the number of moves the NFL has seen since 9 is pretty darn short. If you look to your right from, or my right from your perspective, you can see that it's been a pretty darn slow day. Most of the action so far has been innuendo and implication, more so than actual concrete action. So something did just happen, however. It's not the biggest thing in the world. It's not the most significant thing in the world, but something has happened with the Seattle Seahawks. They have re-signed wide receiver Cody White to a 1-year deal. We don't know the money, but it's almost certainly vet minimum or vet min plus. This was a guy we could have put a ERFA tag on. Apparently, the reason why teams don't always use the ERFA tag is because you can't negotiate a split salary in the event of injury, and in the event of a normal re-signing, you can. So that's why we did it with Josh Ross. That's why we're doing it now with Cody White, apparently. So it looks like Cody White is back. I like Cody White, actually. I think that Cody White, in the little bit of an opportunity that he had in 2024, actually made a decent impression. He had that one game against the Rams where I think he genuinely showed some ability. Obviously, he's not going to be the savior of this offense, but I think there's value there. And I think most teams need a player like a Cody White rattling around on their roster. And by the time we get to the season, he may end up on the practice squad, depending on how things go with the receiver position. But there's a real possibility he ends up one of the receivers on this team simply because we've said goodbye to so much receiver talent on this team over the last couple of weeks. So, yeah, Cody White is back, 1-year deal, almost certainly vet min or slightly more than vet min. I like it. He was one of the guys that I wanted to bring back from free agency that wasn't super high profile, and it certainly wouldn't have made me sad if we lost him. But I like Cody White a little bit more than the typical kind of just how should I put this, replacement level receiver on your roster. So we got to move. There is some stuff happening with the Seahawks. I do want to say that. Tevin Jenkins is visiting on Monday, which would be a big one. Cooper Kupp may very well sign with the Seahawks later today, which would be another big one. But we got no concrete assurances of anything yet. So I'm going to go ahead and just end the video there. And hopefully we'll have something a lot bigger to talk about later. But for now, hey, Cody White, I think he's got a little bit of gas in the tank, and I like bringing him back. All right, see you guys later. We got plenty more hours to stream today. Let's get some action. Bills sign former Texans guard Kendrick Green. All right, let me put that on the board here real quick. Let me get that video uploaded, everybody. Give me a few minutes. Like, I think. We do know we do need a fullback. Have we addressed that? Brady Russell's kind of a fullback. Brady Russell can do some fullback stuff. Hopefully we can do a little better, but Brady Russell did a decent amount of fullback stuff last year. Kenyon Green and Kendrick Green. Okay, there we go. I was confused about that too. Does this mean Kupp is out of the picture? No. I better not be. That'd be like saying buying a Lamborghini is out of the picture because I bought a Miata. Like, bruh. Avery Williams 1-year deal. Oh, the return man. Green gets a 1-year deal. Okay. Congrats on the Mita. Why are we talking about wait a minute. Since when did we start talking about me side? Why are we talking about me side? Did they release an update for me side? Is that why you guys are talking about it? I'd like to bring Darden back. I'd like to bring Darden back. Demetrius Flanagan Fowles to New York. I don't know much about him. I don't know much about DFF. He's the Niners guy, yeah. He was just like a depth piece, though. You didn't really do much. Why do the Saints even want Cup? I don't understand that at all. That doesn't make any sense to me. I am so confused. I don't get why do the Saints want anything? Yeah, Slay already signed. Pandemonium, thank you for the $5 super chat. Considering Cup went to Eastern Washington, that may help us snag him hometown nostalgia. That seems to be what we're betting on. That seems to be what we're betting on. All right, Demetrius Flanagan Fowles. What? Yeah, what are the Saints doing? They just want to win 6 games every year, man. I'm so confused. They just want to win 6 games every year. Now, well. I don't mind it. Loomis has to do cocaine. Feels, I don't know, Loomis behaves like a GM of a team that if they have a really bad season, they're going to move to Antarctica or something. And he just has to keep staving off that bad season no matter what. That's what it feels like to me. Who's your favorite Gen 1 Pokemon? Today's free agency isn't slow enough for that. Like, today's kind of slow, but it's not slow enough to justify that. Come on. We are hours away from that conversation. Oh, the Bills. Oh, yeah. Wow, the Bills. That's a lot of money for Greg Rousseau. Jigglypuff is cool. Hitmonchan is cool. Machamp is cool. Something in there. I don't know. I don't know exactly which one. Some of those. Josh Joby's contract is 1 year for $2 million. Cap hit is 1.86 million. That is much cheaper than a tender would have been, so that's a win. I like that. Yeah, Josh Joby 1 year, 2 million. Not even 2 million is a fat dub. By the way, guys, in 15 minutes, I'm going to go eat something. So I'll be gone for like at least 20 minutes. So I got another 15 minutes, and then I'm going to leave for a bit, just so you guys know what's up.
This time he goes down. It is Mosu who gets there.
Linda, thank you for the $10 super chat. I thought we had more picks than these. 1850, 82. We do have more picks than that, Linda. That does not include the pick we got for DK or Gino. So, yeah, we definitely have more picks than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I think it's missing one of our comp picks. We have 10 picks, so we definitely have more than that. I don't know where you got those picks from, Linda, but yeah, that's not counting the stuff we got in the trades. And I think it's missing a comp pick. No, we definitely don't have 13 picks. We do not have 13 picks. No way. We have 10 to the best of my knowledge. Yeah, I'm getting a haircut next week. I need it. I don't know. Empower, I haven't thought about it yet. I might buzz cut it, honestly. I might just say I don't want to think too hard about it. I'm going to be somewhere next week that is a much more warm weather climate than where I currently am. I'll put it to you like that. So I'm thinking about that. Jerry Tillery? Yes, Jerry Tillery. Oh, okay, Jerry Tillery off the board. No, I'm not going to grow out my hair. It's getting warmer. It's not getting older. That doesn't make any sense to do now. I don't do it anyway. Yeah, I'm basically I'm going on vacation next week, and I'm going to be somewhere much warmer than this, so I might just cut it real short. I think AJ's going to make some nice strides this year, but I'm not going to expect the world of him. I'm just not. The Seattle Seahawks just tweeted out. The Seahawks PR account just tweeted. No, I'm not going to Cancun. Wow, a couple people in chat have actually guessed it correctly. Yes, I am going to Mariners spring training next week. A couple people actually guessed it very quickly. Yes, I'm going to Mariners spring training next week. Are you making any Mariners bids this season? I don't know, Ricky. So, over the next week or so, I am going to have to record a ridiculous number of videos and then post them up early and schedule them. So, I got a lot of work to do after this week's over. I got a lot of work to do. But I'm not a big vacation guy, so stuff like this doesn't come around that often, so I got to find a way to make it work. I'll pay you $200 to bleach your hair. Oh, I don't think that's gonna fly. Going to spring training, Mariners spring training, is a bucket list item for my brother. So he's going, and I'm going with him. That's about all I can say about that. I know this Mariners team is not very exciting right now. I'm as unhappy with them as anybody. But this is a bucket list thing for my my brother. Would Dawson Knox fit our system? I don't know what he would do for us that Fant can't do. I know, Tumbo. I got to work with what I have. I got to make do with what the team gives me. And Cody White's good. I like Cody White. He's a cool cat. No, nothing official on Cup. We believe he will make his decision today. Oh, yeah, I'm streaming for the draft, 110%. Hell yes. I am streaming for the draft big time. Would you trade for Shaheed? I kind of feel like we already have our Shaheed with MVS. I feel like MVS kind of fills that role of the shot play guy. So what are we going to do for nose tackle? Unfortunately, it seems like Byron Murphy is going to be the nose tackle, which I'm really not a fan of. Jaron Reed's played very little nose tackle the last couple of years, so it doesn't seem like that's something we want to do. It feels like there's a very good chance we get Tevin Jenkins, but there's a lot of stuff we just don't know about. I hope Jaron Reed plays nose tackle. That makes sense to me. I would love Jaron Reed at nose tackle, but it doesn't seem like we see him in that way. Seems like Fant's sticking around. Maybe if we find a tight end we really, really like in the draft, we can pivot off of Fant, but it seems like Fant's sticking. Remember, Kubiak really likes using a lot of tight ends. Wine Flu, thank you for the $12.12. Mr. Nelson, we don't always see eye to eye on personnel decisions or talent evaluation, but there's absolutely zero question about your dedication to the Seahawks. Let me, the rest of that message cut off for me. Let me go fetch it. But there's absolutely zero question about your dedication to the Seahawks and your fandom. It's not easy to keep people entertained for 8+ hours a day. Go Hawks. Well, thank you very much, Swine Flu. I appreciate that. That means something to me. This fan base doesn't really see eye to eye on much of anything. We can't even agree that Charles Cross is good. There's non-trivial portions of the Seahawks fan base that thinks Charles Cross isn't good. There's not much we agree on, so that ain't that big of a deal to me. All right, guys. I am going to be gone for at least 20 minutes here, I think, for lunch, maybe a little bit longer. I'll be back soon. We'll see if anything happens while I'm gone. And yeah. Hope everybody is gonna still be here when I return. So things are happening. It's just more in the realm of movement rather than action, but action can come. All right. Everyone have a good afternoon. I'll be back in like at 45 minutes at most. Probably quicker than that. All right, everybody, we're back. We did get a few moves while we were gone. Let me throw it up on the list here. So let's see here. We have safety, Marcus Epps. Take me to your Xbox to play Fortnite today. You can take me to Misty Myers, but not Loot Lake. I really want to chug jug with you. We can be pro Fortnite gamers. That's not an obscure song in Power. That is not an obscure song. How is the Chug Jug song obscure at all? That's the opposite of an obscure song. Dante Fowler went to the Cowboys, by the way. Obviously, we didn't want him at this point since we got DeMarcus Lawrence. What do you think of Luther Burden? He's good, but he's a slot receiver. I don't think that's what we need right now. That's one of the best songs ever. Chug Jug? Kevin Jenkins is definitely good. I think if Cup goes over like 14 million, I'm walking away. But it also depends on other stuff too. Like, are there other players that I can get? Who's the receiver I get instead? Well, we got a #1 victory royale. Yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down. Get down. 10 kills on the board right now. Just wiped out Tomato Town. My friend just got down. I revived him. Now we're heading southbound. Now we're in the Pleasant Park streets. Look at the map. Go to the marked sheet. Take me to your Xbox to play Fortnite today. You can take me to Moisty Mire, but not Loot Lake. I really love to chug jug with you. We can be pro Fortnite gamers. That is not an obscure song. Who's the least bad out of those three? I think Haynes is the guy I'm most excited about. What's a chug chug? No, chug jug. Chug jug. Chug jug is the thing in Fortnite that you drink to heal your health. I think. I don't play Fortnite. Watching paint dry? Little bit. There's been a couple moves the last few minutes. It's not all bad. So when did you first hear this song? It's the Fortnite song. What do you mean, when did you first hear of this song? It's the Chug Jug song. Chug Jug Fortnite song. Mhm. Cup is injury prone. I don't think he's washed. I don't think he's washed. He's not what he used to be at all, but to me, like, Stephon Diggs is more washed up than Cup for sure. I don't think Lockett's better than Cup. No. Remember, on top of all the other concerns with Lockett, he is and has been legitimately the worst yak receiver in the league for a little while now. Do you hate the prequels more than the sequels? I don't think the Star Wars sequels are bad. I thought The Force Awakens was good. I thought The Last Jedi was okay. And I thought Rise of Skywalker was terrible. Like, I don't think the sequels are bad. I just think that one sequel was bad. Now, that one sequel was so tragically, unacceptably bad that it made the whole thing feel like a waste of time. But I think that overall, the first two sequels were good. So I'm not really down on them overall. It's really not that hard to just pretend Rise of Skywalker doesn't exist. What do you think about us drafting Nick Man Warrior? We got to be a little careful there. I like him, but we got to be a little bit careful. You like country music? No, not really. No. No, Back to the Future Part 2 is the worst one. No, Back to the Future Part 2 is the worst Back to the Future movie. 3 was better. Upcoming Superman movie looks promising. I like what I see. I'm down with it. Shiloh Davis, thank you for the $4.99. Say we sign Cup. Do you predict MVS and Cup have more yards combined than all of the tight ends combined? Oh yeah, I think so. I think so. MVS and Cup would have well over 1,000 yards combined in all likelihood, and all of our tight ends combined would struggle to get there. I think Revenge of the Sith is terrible. I think all three prequels are more or less equally bad. Marty McFly for 1 year, $15. That'd be pretty good, right? I mean, that's not really gonna prohibit you from doing anything else. If JS got fired in the future, who do you want to replace him? I don't know. I don't think about that stuff very often. I don't know who GM candidates even are. It sounds like Cup will sign somewhere today for almost certain. It is very unlikely that he's still a free agent at the end of the day based on everything we're hearing. Oh, Charlie Heck? Former... Wasn't Charlie Heck's dad a former Seattle Seahawk? I'm not seeing anything about Charlie Heck yet, but he's a pretty small time player, so not necessarily something we would hear about. I don't think there's any way we're bringing back Lockett. No. It's pretty rare that a player wants to return to a team that released him. Just generally speaking. Which show had the worst ending? How I Met Your Mother, 2.5 Men, Dexter, or Game of Thrones? 2.5 Men. If we sign Cup, I'll gift subs if that's an option. It is. But, oh, I think you mean gift memberships. You can't gift subs. On YouTube, subs are just, you know, subs. Yeah, Jake Curhan went to the Cardinals. I did see that. Sure. The 2.5 Men bad ending went on for 4 seasons is the thing. They should have ended it after 8 seasons and went on for 4 more seasons. Okay, there we go. Sterling Shepard. Sterling Shepard somehow still in the NFL. What was your favorite subject in school? History. History. Ooh, Steam Spring Sale. Let's go, baby. Guys, honestly, I see another 10-7 season. The roster ain't all bad. I mean, I think another 10-7 season would not necessarily be something to... I would have a hard time. I would really struggle to understand why people would celebrate going 10-7 again if the whole point of this is to... The whole point of this offseason is to get out of that cycle. I don't know. I don't know. I struggle with that. Cardinals signed Simi Fioco. I don't know. To me, the 2.5 Men ending is like an all-time terrible example of how to do an ending. Like, to me, that's peak. That's peak incompetence. Maybe it's not their fault that it had to be so bad, but it was still very, very, very bad. What games are you currently playing? Lost Judgment. I haven't started anything else yet. I guess American Truck Simulator is an ongoing playthrough. I need to find something else to start. I might do Dishonored 2. I've been sitting on that forever. Borderlands 3 I've been sitting on forever. Have you seen people's American Truck Sim setups? Yes. I don't have one that good, but I do have one. I don't really like games like Marvel Rivals that much. That doesn't really do much for me, man. Mm. $15 million for Cup is pushing it a little bit for my money, but again, I'd have to see how the contract breaks out. Like, what if it's 15 million, but a ton of it's incentivized? We'll have to see how the contract breaks out. Do you think we sign any more defensive players? I don't see why not. We need a backup safety. We need corner depth. It doesn't seem like we're going to extend Kobe Bryant. I wouldn't hate doing it, but again, maybe we want to leave our options open to get an even better safety than that. You can do better than Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant's been good, but you can do better. We can sign players at pretty much any time. Oh, snap. Crypto's way up today. All right, let's go. Hell yeah, baby. We're headed in the right direction. I wonder if we broke out. Hard to tell. Hmm. I don't hold any exotic coins. I hold mainstream coins. I used to do day trading of like altcoins, but I don't have the time or really the energy to do it anymore. It's too stressful. Yeah, no, Cup's big. Cup's big. Cooper Cup is pretty big. All right, every night, talking sweet and looking fine. I mean, honestly, in my opinion, after signing Sam Darnold and Jaron Reed and DeMarcus Lawrence, to me, having good players is way more important than cap space. Like, if you valued cap space over good players, then you shouldn't have spent cap space on guys like Jaron Reed. And actually, more than anything, Sam Darnold. Like, how is it fair to Sam Darnold to sign him to be a crash test dummy? That's not fair on him. I used to mine crypto. I don't think it's worth it anymore. There was a time where it was kind of worth it. And I'm going to say it again, the cap goes up by 10% every year. So, you know, I ain't tripping. Yep, it sounds like the Cooper Cup thing is starting to gain traction here. Would you trade Noah Fan in a fourth for Goddard and a fifth? I don't know. That's interesting. I think so, but I don't know why the Eagles would do that. I don't watch college basketball at all, Robert. I'm not a fan. I like NBA. College annoys me. College doesn't do much for me. Cooper Cup reportedly seen in Washington. Trippy. The Bengals are actively working to get both wide receivers signed as soon as possible. Wow. Wow, that would be a big turnaround, getting Jamar Chase and T. Higgins locked up long term. Wow. That'd be a plot twist. Good for Joe. Good for Joe. Well, Shifty, it would depend on how much of it is wrapped up in incentives. It's always important to remember that part. I seriously doubt any Cooper Cup deal would be for $25 million base. So I would not trip too hard on that. Jordan. Still waiting. All right. Our jerseys are fine. I don't know why we would need new jerseys. I don't feel the need for that. Cody Barton, 3 years, 21 million, 13.3 guaranteed with the Titans. This is old, obviously, but he got paid. I know, Sad Mariners fan. I know there's ways to spin it, but it's you have to spin the hell out of it. Kind of tired of it. Come on. Let's get some breaking news, baby. But, oh, and also, since we're now halfway through the day, we are just past 1 o'clock. So we're halfway through the stream, about 4 hours in. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with me today. We're doing good things. Interesting things are happening. It's just, mostly it's in the realm of innuendo and implication, more so than actual action. So got 4 hours or so for things to happen, so I'm going to go until 5. Please like the stream if you haven't already. We've got almost 200 likes on the stream right now. Subscribe if you're new and you want daily Seahawks content. I post 4 to 6 videos a day on the Seahawks most days. Become a if you want to go above and beyond all that, you can become a channel member for $2, $5, or $15 a month. You can donate via the super chat link, the $sign in the chat window. You can become a pledger on Patreon, link in the description. You can tip via the link in the description as well through Stream Elements. You can gift memberships as well. Thank you. This free agency crop is not great, I will admit. I don't think that's an excuse for sitting it out, though, especially after you signed Sam Damn Darnold. $3 years, $75 million on Cup. I don't know if I could get too excited about that. Yeah, 3 years, 75 million for Cub. You cannot tell me that that's better than just giving DK 30 million a year. Giving Cooper Cup 25 million a year on a 3-year deal is so much worse than giving DK his extension. It's not even funny. And giving DK his extension, I will admit, was at least questionable, but it would be infinitely better than that. That's crazy talk, man. What do you think about Quandre Diggs reunion? Doesn't really fit this defense. He's too narrow in his use case. Well, Spencer, I mean, we have to ask ourselves, why did DK not want to be here? That would be my question. Why did DK not want to be here? I think we need to ask ourselves that. Because I feel like a big chunk of the answer is because John Schneider sucked at building this team out the way he needed to actually win enough games to keep a player like DK Metcalf happy. So that loops back around to JS in my book. Mm-hmm. I think Marcus Williams wants to start. I think Marcus Williams is going to want a starting opportunity. He's still physically in his prime. Hmm. Larry Borum, offensive tackle. Not familiar with Borum, really. I think that signing's a little old, though. I think that happened a while back. I don't think that just happened. I think that's been known for a little bit, if I recall correctly. I wouldn't be mad about us signing Juice. I would just be aware of the fact that he is very old and has played a ton of football in his career. Uh-uh. Do you think his decline could be from CMC coming to town and taking catches from him? It's not his production that I think is a problem. I think the problem is that, I think from snap to snap, there's been an indication that he's not what he used to be at all. And even if he is, he's at the age where you could snap your fingers and suddenly he can't do nothing. Nothing in the last few minutes. All right, we're caught up here. Would you be happy if we got Cup? It depends on the contract, but probably. See, if Jamar Chase gets 40, then I don't think there's anything wrong with DK getting 30. It's a little uncomfortable, but that's just the way things are in the NFL right now. A flawed player can get paid a lot of money. And it's not going to seem like a lot of money if you just give it a couple years. Yep, it's pretty sleepy. Calais Campbell's still out there, man. Calais Campbell. That's a guy you want to root for. That's a guy that you want to get. That's the guy you want to be rooting for in this world, man. That's actually almost true, David. That's very close to being true. That's really not that far away from reality. Campbell's like 38 or 39, one of those two, yeah. I can't remember which one exactly. You know. Okay, Shepard got 2.3. Max value, but 2.3. Up on the board. Michael Hoyt and Larry Ogunjobi suspended 6 games. Well, the Bills always start the season out kind of crappy anyway, so not like it's going to make things that much worse. I mean, you know, DeMarcus Lawrence was there for over 10 years. If anybody out there would know that that team is not serious about trying to win a Super Bowl, it would be him. I think he should be allowed to say that. I don't have a big problem with it. It's a little bit out of line, but who cares? And let's face it, intelligent Cowboys fans agree with him. Intelligent Cowboys fans are aware of the fact that the team does not take things very seriously when it comes to trying to win championships. All right. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta run upstairs and grab something. Just give me a few minutes. All right, we're back. Jamar Chase's new deal is expected to be more than $40 million a year. Oh yes. Well, JSN is not going to get there. But JSN is feeling a little bit more excited about what's going to happen next offseason. It seems like we're going to get Cup. It does seem like we're going to get Cooper Cup. It does. That's the vibe right now. But things change very quickly, guys. Now, Cody White is a glorified special teamer. He's definitely not a Cup replacement. In no universe is he a Cup replacement. Sam is very slow. He's not a good runner, but he is a willing runner. There's something to be said for that. He's willing to like stick his head in there and take off for yards. There's something to be said for that, but he's slow. And he's not quick. Thoughts on Aesop Winston? Interesting returner. Sam ran like a 4.8540. He's not fast. He's not quick. He's big though, so he can kind of run with power. It's not Cam Newton, but it's you know, there's something to be said for his like size. Big Chris, every 32-year-old receiver is not created equal. There is a range of differences between one 32-year-old receiver to another. Michael Hawked got popped for PEDs, yeah. Rumor is Seahawks may offer Garrett Bradbury. I'm pretty lukewarm on that. I'm not. That's not something I would really celebrate. He's okay. I don't think he's that much better. Did you see that Garofalo confirmed that Geno's camp did send a $45 million counteroffer? Why is JS always lying? Well, I think we know the answer to that. Honestly, my position, and I know that not everyone agrees, if they actually offered Geno $35 million a year, that's kind of insulting, and I would not be shocked if Geno saw that and decided I'd rather be traded than try to negotiate this out because we're so far apart. Like, in my mind, $35 million a year in this market for Geno Smith is kind of insulting an offer to make. I don't really know how many years Geno Smith has left. And I don't really care that much. I might be dead in 3 years, guys. I don't care about what this team does in 3 years. There's massive turnover on NFL rosters every single year. Anyway, what they do now does not make it harder for them to, like, that's loser talk. I don't hear none of that. Jeremiah Ledbetter. Fun name. Oh, Morgan Fox signed with the Falcons. Not Megan Fox, Morgan Fox. Morgan Fox, Falcons, 2 years, $8.5 million. Super Zeke, that's Cope. Most of the teams in the league have no problem doing that. The Eagles paid Jalen Hurts way more money than Geno Smith was asking for, and they still were able to pay A.J. Brown. They were still able to play, what's the name of the other receiver? Devontae Smith. They were still able to pay Lane Johnson. They were still able to pay Jordan Maitaya. They were still able to pay... Do I have to keep going here? That is Cope. That is John Schneider spin. How many times has Sterling Shepard tore his ACL or Achilles or whatever it is? Feels like he's gotten hurt a billion times. The Eagles have a lot of rookie contracts too. Eagles got Jalen Carter. Eagles got Quinyon Mitchell. Eagles have Cam Jurgens. Eagles have Landon Dickerson. Eagles have DB Cooper. Megan Fox is kind of a butterface. I could do better. I think there's better out there. I mean, she's fine. But there's better out there, I believe. She certainly fits what is typically thought of as being attractive in this world. Like, Iron Man 2 / Avengers era Scarlett Johansson is way more attractive. Current Sydney Sweeney's way more attractive. Just off the top of my head. I could come up with others too. Yeah, Alexandra Daddario. That's another good one too. I don't know who that is, Henok. Was Michelle Monaghan Ethan Hunt's wife in the Mission Impossible movies? That's Michelle Monaghan, right? I know who that is. Of course. No, I didn't, Abraham. I haven't watched Shogun yet. My dad did, and he liked it. I haven't watched it yet. I need to. Herman the Great, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Thank you for all you do, Brendan. Go Hawks. I appreciate that, Herman. I like Asante Samuel Jr. I could take him for the right price for sure. Especially if we trade Woolen. You watching Severance? I haven't started. I don't think I have Apple. It's on Apple, right? DPK, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the sub. Luke, I can't even pretend to try to make a guess for this year's record. We got so much more stuff to get through before I can even try that. I'm not even going to take a shot on that at this moment. Okay, not seeing any news. Everything's still chill. Are you high on the prospect of Jenkins signing? Probably mostly just because of the injuries. $12.5 for Cup would be okay. Not crazy about it, but short term wise, I mean, I think you're obligated to try to get a little bit better than where you are at certain spots. Jenkins definitely fits our scheme well, Ryan Anderson. 100%. DeezMoobs, thank you for upgrading your membership to Elite. Welcome aboard the Elite membership crew, DeezMoobs. How would we feel if Jeff Bezos bought the Hawks? As long as he spent money and stayed out of the way of football-related decisions, Elijah Molden got extended before free agency. Oh, I must have missed that. Hold on. There we go. Better. Did you go to sleep early last night? Yes. And then I woke up and did stuff and then went back to bed. So, yeah. Again, I don't want to completely just tap out really early because stuff can still happen. Like, I don't want to fall asleep at like 6:30 and then the Seahawks make a move and I don't see it until like, 11. That would suck. I have never seen Speed. I have never seen Speed. That was one of those 90s action movies that I missed out on. I did see Point Break. I've seen Point Break. I like that movie, but I never saw Speed. Point Break is fun. The Fifth Element? Shit, God, I can't remember her name. I know what you're talking about, though. Mila Jovovich? Is that her? Mila Jovovich? Or am I thinking of the wrong girl? Mila Jovovich, yeah. Wasn't Dennis Hopper the photographer in Apocalypse Now? That's Dennis Hopper, right? I'm not seeing anything about Cup to Seattle, Kendrick Lamar. So you got a source. My source is that I made it the f up. Not really tallest than that. Been pretty quiet. Couple of minor signings. Really feels like things could pop off at the very end of the stream here. That'd be a perfect way to wrap things up. If we sign Cup, I might even call the end of the stream a little bit early. I might just be like, that's the right note to send us out on. Oh, shit. Oh. What is our nickname for Darnold? I don't know. Yeah, what has he done to earn a nickname, really? Pac-Man? Because he sees ghosts? I don't know. $3.5 million? Don't agree with that. If we sign Cup Jenkins, would you consider this free agency to be a success? The free agency period? Yeah, I think so. I'd be pretty optimistic. I'd be pretty encouraged by that. I would consider that to be successful. Casra Solari, thank you for the $2 super chat. Which receivers do you want us to draft or sign? Draft, I'm really liking Jaden Higgins. I'm really liking Jaden Higgins. Jack Beck is a lot of fun. Matthew Golden is starting to warm up on me a little bit. Took me a while to get there, though. As for signing Elijah Moore and Cooper Kupp, I'm fine either way. Even Amari Cooper, I would be okay with. Then it would cover up the GIFs. Then it would cover up the little animations. I don't want to do that. The moves that have been pushed off screen happened literally 4 days ago. We've seen them enough. We don't need to have the whole list on screen. It's okay if stuff falls off. Yeah, I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense why there would be interest in Cooper Cup. I don't have much to say about it other than the obvious, which is there should be mutual interest. Yahoo Sports NFL free agency report cards. They give the Seahawks a flat C. They give the Seahawks a C. Literally right in the middle. I think they rank 17th or 16th or 15th or, somewhere in there. Literally the dead middle. Dead on middle. No, I think C's fine right now. Things can change, but I don't think C is unreasonable. When did mid become bad? I feel like everybody uses mid as bad now. Like, mid is mid. Mid should be middle, should be average, should be mediocre. I feel like everybody just uses mid to describe something as being bad, but not atrocious. That word got co-opted weirdly. No, Colin Cowherd sucks. I don't think they're counting the Ernest Jones contract. To them, that's pre-free agency. I think it's only doing Darnold, Jones, Valdez, and Lawrence. And that's it. I think they're only considering Darnold, Jones, Valdez, and DeMarcus. Well, if nobody's willing to give Cup 15 million, then of course he's going to lower his expectations. I'm sure he doesn't want to sit out. Castra Solari, welcome to Basic Channel Membership. Welcome aboard, Castra. All right, nothing going on. Yeah, Tolleson, Bengals offense, Seahawks defense would win the Super Bowl. Elijah's young, so he's a little bit more. There's a little bit more dynamic ability and upside there. So I tend to agree, but I don't. I don't have an issue with Cup, for sure. For the right price, it's fine. Because Cup produces more per game he plays. When Cup is on the field, he does a pretty good job producing. Lockett played every game last year and barely got to 600 yards. I haven't heard anything about Elijah Moore, actually, now that you mention it, but not that I necessarily would. You tend to not hear things. Jets sign Austin McNamara. Not sure I'm familiar with him. Is he another long snapper? He's a punter. Give me a minute. I don't know about Juszczyk. He's just so old. I think there's some real concern there. And he plays such a physical brand of football. Eric McCoy's contract would be difficult to trade for. Mm, 2.5 hours left. And things remain relatively chill. You wrapping Jalen Milroe to use as a Taysom Hill type guy. That's actually something that's kind of interesting. Maybe he could be like a fullback tight end type. I could see that. What is your go-to fast food restaurant? Does Red Robin count as fast food? That's up there. Five Guys is my favorite, but I don't go there that often because it's so expensive. And it's not great for you. I think if you ate Five Guys a lot, you'd probably not feel great about yourself at the end of the day, right? I think you guys get what I'm saying. Will Hernandez is still out there, to my knowledge. Yes. I think Will Hernandez is still available. So is Brandon Scherf, actually. So is Dalton Reisner. These are all, like, kind of budget options, but they wouldn't be terrible. No, nothing. Okay, well, I don't know why people do this. People come into like random YouTube streams and start talking about completely unrelated stuff like that, but
Banned. Gone forever.
Jonathan, thank you for the $2 super chat. Cup is trying to get Seattle to come up just a bit. Well, I mean, it's a tango, right? He's trying to get us to go up, and we're trying to get him to come down. I would assume that that's going on. Talon DL, thank you for the $1.99. Hey B, what's the highest you paid for Elijah Moore? I wouldn't go more than like $8 million a year because he's never done anything to warrant more than that. Like Elijah Moore, the thing you can say about him is he's young, but his career high is 640 yards. I don't think you should need to go much higher than that. Like what is he other than a former high second round pick? Not much. He really hasn't been very effective so far in his career. You're betting on his talent and you're betting on his youth and not that much else. You don't have a production to go on yet. He's had 4 years of just kind of adequate, barely adequate production. Steven, probably the former, I guess, Steven. I think Steven's probably a little bit, I think that would probably be a little bit better. Cardinals got Michael Walker. I think that's old. Same with Van Jefferson. Favorite source on X for updated NFL news? Probably just Schefter. Well, I could just choose to not eat muffins. I could just say I'm not going to ever eat a muffin again. Hmm. All right. Richie Grant, 49ers. I think that's old too. Come on, guys. Let's get something going here. Ewers or Dart? I guess I like Dart a little bit more. I guess. Not big on either, but at least not as big as other people, but I think dart's better. Yesterday was more slow than today, I think. I think today's had more stuff than yesterday. Yesterday was super dead. Troy Dye details, nothing new. Oh. If he ain't signed by 4, I'm moving on to the Crew 10 launch. What's Crew 10? I'm out of the loop on that one. Hey, John Smith, what's up? Long time no see, indeed. Oh, that's what it's called. Okay. I know about that, but I didn't know that's what it was called. Cool, Brian. Hopefully it works. Thoughts on Brady Smidgel to the UW? I don't know very much about Brady Smidgel, so I'm not sure what to think. I stream a lot on Twitch, Tollisonat. I have a Twitch channel. Link is in the description. I stream almost every day. I haven't streamed lately because I've been really busy. But I stream a lot. What do you think is a fair price for Jenkins? Well, based off that Aaron Banks contract, it's over 20 million, but it's clearly not going to be that. There must be concerns about him. Any concerns Seahawks get Jenkins about his injury history? Oh, yes, but you have to be willing to take a risk at some point or else you're never going to sign anybody. And the thing with Jenkins is that he misses a few games a year, which is probably going to become the norm in the NFL going forward. It's not like he gets one injury and then he misses the whole season. I think having little nagging injuries that keep you out for a few games is something that's almost going to become common and expected of NFL players. Ruling out QB selection in this draft? No, I don't think so. Remember, Sam Howell has 0 guaranteed money this year. You can cut him for free. Uh... Oh. Yeah, I haven't been on Twitch as much lately because I've been really busy. I'll be back on it as soon as things slow down a little bit. It might not be till after the draft, honestly, but, you know. What's the highest APY you'd be willing to give Cup? Like, I can't imagine going above 14. And personally, I hope we get to go a little below even that. But, you know, I'm also kind of at the point now where the money, you know, to me, once you get Darnold, to me, once you get Jaron Reed and DeMarcus Lawrence, you gotta keep going. You can't just stop here. Otherwise, what was the point of signing those guys? Which games do you stream? All kinds of streams. All kinds. All kinds of games. For me to try to narrow it down to one game or one set of games, no, I can't do that. Okay, things remain relatively quiet. Nothing on Cup yet. I'll be right back, guys. Give me a few minutes. All right, I'm back.
This time he goes down. It is Mosu who gets there.
Robert Hale, thank you for the $10. Do you think we draft a fullback or get someone in UDFA? Usually there are very few drafted fullbacks. Very, very rare. So I wouldn't bet on that. I expect we sign a veteran of some kind at fullback. It's not going to be a big deal. It's not going to be a big signing. It's just, whatever. You never know. It's not Trader Joe's, but it is dried mango, yes. It's not Trader Joe's. I don't have a Trader Joe's that close to me. Jenkins, definitely Jenkins, John. I don't know if Becton's a scheme fit. I don't see it. Isn't Kyron Lacey the guy who killed somebody? I don't think you can draft him. I thought he was the guy who was in, like, massive legal trouble. It was found that there's no connection to it. Any chance Rayshon returns? I can't imagine that. I don't see that working out at all. I don't think we have room to draft a running back. I don't see that. Maybe we get one, but it's really not that hard to find a competent running back very late in the draft or even past the draft. I don't see it. We might still like Halani. You know, the more I look at Darnold, the more I think that he's, you know, a slightly more mobile Jared Goff. That's my takeaway here. That's what I kind of feel like I'm seeing here. He's a slightly more mobile Jared Goff. I don't think he's very good at processing complex defenses, but he's got good arm talent. And he can execute a plan very well. No, Jason. I just mean in terms of the fundamental strengths and weaknesses. No think like golf. What is no think? That sounds like no think sounds like the name of a like wing of the government in an Orwellian novel. Like the Ministry of No Think. The Department of No Think. I like it. I've heard Brock and Salk talk about wanting to make one area of our team dominant. Would you mind going heavy front seven in the draft to solidify that? Well, I mean, I've said many times, I really want to take Ken Grant, who's a nose tackle. So, yeah, I'm fine with that. I think that you can't do it in all cases. You can't draft. I don't think you can draft an inside linebacker at this point, and edge rusher would be kind of tight, but I want a nose tackle. Mm-hmm. Nothing new on my football feeds. Pretty clean right now. 2 hours left in the day of streaming, guys. 2 hours. If they're going to do it, please do it in the next 2 hours. Don't do it after I eat dinner. Come on, let's get something juicy here. We all know Cup is getting signed at midnight. I don't know if I've ever seen a signing that late in the day. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever seen somebody get signed that late in the day. Like maybe a really embarrassing signing. That you don't want to anybody to know about. I know, John. I wish Reed would play nose tackle. I think that would be great, but I don't have a lot of confidence that's going to happen. There are plenty of receivers that we could get if Cup falls through, so I'm not worried about it at all. I'm not going to be upset if we don't get him, but he is somebody who's out there. McMillan's a pipe dream, though, John. I don't think there's any way he's going to be there at 18. Darnold is definitely better than Flynn. I'm not a big Darnold guy, but Darnold deserves a lot more credit than Flynn. We don't have to. I was reading something on the other screen, but we don't have to go that far. Yeah, 15, I don't think is very defensible. And again, it depends on how the contract is structured. Man. We are completely at a crawl, people. Nothing is moving. Hmm. Hmm. Cup might become a Jet. That would be a pretty random. He wants to be on the West Coast, right? That'd be a little bit out of nowhere. Does he really want Justin Fields to be the one throwing him the ball? I don't know. All right. Nope, we're sleepy. That's a lot to ask, Seattle KO. That's a lot to ask. Yeah, that's actually a good point, John Smith. I don't know how the Bengals get Jenkins if they extend Higgins and Chase. Famously cheap franchise. Famously. Four and 2 in the division might mean that we win the division, honestly. You know there's a 49ers Brendan Nelson account, right? No. Why am I supposed to know that? Yeah, I saw that. That was a couple hours ago, I think, in Power. I think I'd rather get Diggs than Cup before Diggs' injury. He's playing really well, but he's probably going to need a year to come back from the injury, isn't he? That's how this usually works. That's why I'm a little bit dicey on Diggs. You know, I got to be honest. By my count, there's still a decent number of really good players available in free agency. It is surprising to me that none of them that they're just all out there and there's no movement. Like, what kind of you know, this feels like everybody left is just in some kind of a freeze almost. Like there's some kind of barrier. Like Asante Samuel Jr. is a really good player. How is he not going anywhere? Cam Robinson, starting quality left tackle. How's that guy still out there? It surprises me. Like, it's like there's been a total freeze on action. Vikings host run. Vikings are going for it, man. Vikings are running with it. Your reaction on barely getting a top 100 pick for Geno? Pretty bad. Dark Diamond, pretty bad. I believe, based on all the things that we have heard so far, John Schneider did not do a very good job with that. I believe that John Schneider did a very poor job doing what was best for the team. And I think that even his own comments kind of indicate that. There's definitely been a lot of news on Cup today, but he hasn't signed yet, if that's what you mean. Asante Samuel might go to the Cardinals. Yeah, we'll see. How did John do a bad job with regards to Gino? It sure sounds to me like as soon as things broke down, he just basically shipped him right to the Raiders. He didn't try to, maybe sit on it a little bit and try to get a little more out of it. He didn't shop around to see if there were any other teams interested in trading for him. He didn't try to get any kind of a bidding war going. He was just like, okay. It sure sounds like he was just like, okay, I guess I'm going to send you to the Raiders. That's what it sounds like to me, and I'm not... I don't know. If you want to trade him, then you should at least do a little bit more work in trying to maximize your return. Even if it's just a little bit. But it sure seems to me he was almost like thinking more about what Gino would want and what his former boss would want than doing what was best for the team. That's not what I'm seeing, Jason. That's not what I've been seeing. Not that it really matters what I've been seeing, because what I've been seeing are like 3 contradictory stories at the end. So it's not like it really matters because we don't know which one's true. But, I compare this to Rashomon. This is basically like Rashomon. But regardless, I don't get the sense that he actually tried to get the most value he could. That's what I mean by that. I think that he should have done a little bit more to at least, we're already talking about him getting half of what he wanted to get for DK Metcalf, and we're supposed to try to be okay with that. Russell Wilson visited the Giants on Friday in Eastwood, Rutherford, NJ, as the Aaron Rodgers option continued to fade into murkier view. So nothing really going on there. John Schneider himself said he only called one team on Gino. Yeah, I mean, you can't at least shop it around. It wasn't even a good 3rd-round pick. You could have gotten maybe a little bit of a better 3rd-round pick. You could have gotten the Raiders to give up one of their better 3rd-round picks. They had 3 of them. Something got left on the table. I think at that point he had already pivoted and just wanted to unload Gino as quick as he can. Well, that may be an explanation, but it is certainly not an excuse. That may be an explanation. It is sure as shootin' not an excuse. And it is something that he can judge for. He can be judged for, excuse me. Antonio Brown is very insistent that the Steelers have already got a deal in place with Aaron Rodgers. So we'll see if CTESPN ends up being more on the ball than anybody else. By the way, even if the only team that wanted him was the Raiders, which is possible, you can't tell me that he couldn't have at least tried to play back at it a little bit. The Raiders did not have a worthwhile quarterback. Geno Smith was at that point really their only path to getting a worthwhile quarterback. So I imagine you could have played back at them a little bit. And I don't get the sense that he did. And I mean, it's already pretty much objective fact that he got way less for DK than he expected. Yeah, we definitely tampered on Darnold, but we tampered in the same way that every team tampers on every player. Who cares? The pick we got for Gino is slightly better than the pick we would have gotten if he walked in free agency next year. Like slightly. So I'm not gonna just swallow that down and say that it tastes good. What evidence is there we should have gotten more for DK? No, what I'm saying is he got less than he expected because he said at the start of the process their starting point was a first and a third. And then he got a second. So that's a lot less than he was asking for initially. So I'm going to go. So I don't know what else to call that other than fire sale. You just decided, I don't care what we get, just get him out of here. Well, if you're not going to get what you think, what you want to get, there should be another option. I mean, how far do we take this argument? Would you have been okay? Would you have been okay if somebody had given you like the Panthers offer? Would that have been okay? The crappy offer that the Panthers gave you, would that have been okay because it's what was out there? No. You play hardball with them. That's an option. And if it's not an option, then you're basically just acknowledging you have zero leverage and you just have to be a slave to player demands. I mean, Russell Wilson asked for a trade 3 years ago. Would it have been okay if we traded Russell Wilson for one crappy first round pick? No. If that's the best offer you would have had at the time, you would have been like, hey, Russ, tough shit. You're stuck here. We can't get enough for you. We're not happy with the offers. So you can play that game if you really want to. I would certainly hope that Metcalf doesn't get that caught up in his feelings that Lockett gets released. Like, football is a business. Come on. It can't be that. It's got to be other stuff. I'm sorry. There's no way it's that. It had to be something else. My God. And by the way, there hasn't been a single tweet on my NFL feed in 46 minutes. Come on, guys. Do something. There are good players in free agency. "46 minutes since any tweets on my NFL news feed on X." We shouldn't, by the way, we shouldn't call them tweets anymore. I don't know what they are, though. Chiefs officially signed Bailey Zamp. I highly recommend you watching the segment PFT had on JS and Darnold this morning. It might clear your assumptions up. It might give me another perspective on things that may or may not be true. I don't know if it's going to necessarily clear anything up because we keep getting contradictory information. Okay, guys, everyone shut up. Everyone stop talking. Cooper Kupp has been signed. The Seahawks have agreed to terms with the receiver Cooper Kupp. Let's get that on the board here. How did I close my notepad? That's a terrible job by me. Okay, guys, everybody calm down. Or don't calm down. Get excited. But everybody... Okay, everybody, you know what I mean, Jason. You know what I mean. Okay, Cooper Kupp. No contract details yet to my knowledge. Let's see. I'm not seeing anything about money. Oh, he's likely to make 15 this year, 15 per year or more. But I don't see the actual contract. All right, so we'll see what the contract is, but that's the initial, like, sense that Kupp is likely to make 15 per year or more. So we're going to have to see exactly how this breaks out. I'll go ahead and cut the video now, though, because we're probably not going to find out anything more for a little while. Okay, excuse me. Okay, let's go. All right, everybody, good afternoon. We are in the last hour and a half of streaming today, and it looked like there was not going to be a heck of a lot that happened. It looked like it was going to be quiet and peaceful. It looked like it was going to be not that different from yesterday, and then they came in off the top rope. So Cooper Kupp, as of just a couple minutes ago, it was announced that Cooper Kupp is going to sign with the Seattle Seahawks. Cooper Kupp, certainly a receiver a little bit past his prime, certainly a receiver that has battled injury issues recently, but he is still a player that can add a lot of value. He is still a player that can help a team that is clearly receiver deficient. Even the last 3 years when he has missed significant time to injury, when he's played, he's been pretty productive. So we don't have contract details yet. I want to be clear. I haven't heard anything about exact contract details yet. The most I've heard is that Ian Rappaport says that he is likely to make $15 million per year or more, but I don't know how to contextualize that. Does that mean he's going based off his understanding of what Cooper wanted? Does that mean he thinks the contract is going to be up to that point? Does he think that's the starting point, or else he wouldn't have signed? I don't know. So we're going to have to see what this contract looks like, and I'm sure we will in the coming days. But for the moment, what I can say is that this signing does a pretty good job of, at the very least, making it look like you don't have to draft a receiver this offseason. You probably still will, but you're not going to be forced into it. You've taken care of the need in a way that is not so on such a low level that you can't fathom doing anything other than spending one of your top picks on a receiver. And that's the position I want to be in. So we'll see exactly how this contract breaks out. We'll see if there are incentives. We'll see what the guarantees are. We'll see what the cap hits are. We're going to find out all this stuff in the coming days. But for now, what I'm going to say is I'm cool with this. I think that it's perfectly fine signing. But I also don't think we're getting to 2021 Cooper Kupp. I know that. I can say with a pretty good degree of confidence that Cooper Kupp, who is one of the best receivers in NFL history, is not coming back. So if you're expecting Kupp to go out there and average over 100 yards a game or anything like that, you definitely got to come on down from that one. But he can help. He can make things better. He can play on the outside. He can play on the inside. He adds some value. So I think that I'm going to be good with this. I may end up not being good with this if the contract is extremely restrictive, but we needed to try to do something to make this team better now, because in my opinion, you've made too many moves to back out of it. So I okay, I it's a nice little splash move to kind of wind down the day here. We won't know about Tevin Jenkins until Monday in all likelihood, because he's not visiting until Monday, so it's basically impossible for us to sign him before then. But Cooper Kupp is going to be your big splash for the day, and I think that it's probably pretty good, but we will see exactly how it breaks out. So, congratulations, Sam Darnold. You've got a little more to work with now, and I'll be seeing you guys later. We'll probably speak about this at greater length later when we get contract details. Go Hawks. See you guys soon. Okay. All right, so people in chat are saying it was like 3 years, 45 million. That's intimidating, but there's a lot more going on than just that number. Three-year deal. I'm willing to bet a lot of the money on this deal is fake. I don't think there's no way he's actually going to get most of this money. This is going to be a relatively... Probably a fake third year. And I think that's okay. Yeah, they're saying 3 years, 45 million. We'll see what the actual more meaningful numbers are later. I'm not gonna judge based purely off that. If you judge purely based off that, that's definitely not what I was hoping for. But there's no way that's like actually what he's going to get. It could be mostly in incentives that he's very unlikely to reach because he struggles to stay healthy. At the end of the day, I'd rather have good players than cap space at this point. All right, guys, so sound off in chat. Or 30. J-Maz, thank you for the $1.99 cup. Was division rival, guys. Gives us insight on Rams offense. Hell, I mean, Shane Waldron should have been able to give us insight on the Rams offense. Honestly, at this point, if we get Tevin Jenkins, we don't really have any super burning immediate needs, and we can just kind of, you know, roll into the draft and just kind of follow our heart. You know? Okay. So I'll put up 345 for now. Again, it's probably going to be a little bit more like the DeMarcus Lawrence deal. Okay, and let me get Cooper Kupp off the list here. So, yeah, we'll see what the actual deal ends up being. But I think he's less washed up than the other older receivers. I really do. I think he's less, maybe he's a little washed up, but he's not as washed up as guys like Cooper or Diggs or Keenan Allen. I think he's got something left. I think that if I'm right about him, he's a legitimate number 2. So you've got JSN as number 1, Kupp is your number 2, Scantling is your number 3. And in Kubiak's offense, that should be fine. I don't know. He had a really tough time separating last year. And he's not what he used to be, of course. I know what stat you're talking about, Jason. I've seen that as well. I wonder how much of that is him playing injured. And does it also help if he gets to play with another guy like a JSN? He doesn't... I mean, Puka didn't play a lot last year. I wonder if that was part of it. What was Kupp's injury? What was it? I mean, he got injured like the first game of the year because the Rams were without their receivers for the early part of the season. I just can't remember what the injury was. Penguin, thank you for the $4.99. I just came back to the stream. Is this Kupp signing Brendan approved? We'll have to see what the contract is exactly. But I think it can work. I think I'm, you know, at the very least at peace with it. Yeah, he's reasonably productive in games that he plays. I guess the fear is that Stafford is a significantly better quarterback than Sam Darnold. And that downgrade could hurt Kupp, I guess. That would be my fear, if I have some quantifiable fear here. If that makes sense. So what if it ends up being 2 years, 24 million with like 3 million dead in that 4th year? That's pretty reasonable, right? If it ends up being in practice 2 years, 24 million. With like 3 million dead. That seems... I don't know. That seems okay. Not that I'm somebody who places a ton of value and stuff like this, but Cup can probably teach JSN some stuff. JSN probably benefits from having Cup around for a year. In for a penny, in for a pound. I imagine it's a 2-year deal. I think all these 3-year deals are really 2-year deals. Lawrence, Darnold, Jaron Reed, Ernest Jones, Cooper Kupp. It's 3-year deals, but they're really 2-year deals. We have a deep threat. He just doesn't play that. He just doesn't play. He just isn't going to be somebody who plays like every snap. J-Maz, thank you for the $1.99. Ian Rappaport, 3 years, 45. I understand that that's the official number that the agent releases. That's not what the contract is going to be in practice, though. That's not going to be what the actual meaningful amount of the contract is. Says up to 45 mil, which means the max value is 45 mil. Yeah, but what is the low value? What is the, you know? Yeah, when DK was out, we scored 3 points against the Bills with a garbage time touchdown. And then against the Rams, we scored 20 points with overtime. No, the DK had a significant impact on the offense. Do we have enough money left to get Tevin Jenkins? Oh, yeah. How much cap space we got? There's no way to know. There's no way to know. Well, Corey, that's not really how football works. You providing the deep threat forces the defense to play you differently. I saw the JSN tweet. Yeah, I saw that. So should I end the stream an hour early because we made our big move and it's pretty obvious nothing else is going to happen? Excuse me. Do you think we're a better team than 2024? Not yet. Not yet. We're getting there. We're getting there. Well, no, I'm not turning the stream off right now. I'm saying, should I just turn it off at 4 instead of 5? I don't think I will, though. I'll keep going till 5. I think it's pretty obvious nothing else will happen. Like, John Schneider probably exuded all of his life energy to make this signing. I don't think we're better than last year yet. No, Tevin Jenkins can't happen until Monday, almost certainly, right? We need to at least, he's coming in for a Monday visit. We're not going to sign him when we want to meet with him. We probably want to check his medicals. Like, for me to think that we're better than we were last year, we definitely need to improve the offensive line. Right now, the offensive line is probably similar to what it was last year. The receiver core is still probably worse. Maybe, you know, acceptably worse, but it is worse. The defense is a little bit better. I do think the defense will be better. There's a downgrade at quarterback. So I need something else here. I need that veteran proven offensive lineman on the interior. And then I can start believing that we're better. Especially with Kubiak. But there are downgrades that we've made here that I am not going to just wash over. Please explain how it's a downgraded quarterback. Well, the quarterback that we had is better than the quarterback that we now have. I think that's the explanation. I think that is the literal definition of the downgrade at the quarterback position. Well, yeah, we know it's 15 mil a season. Sam was a better prospect by far. Well, okay, should we go get Jameis Winston then? He's a better prospect than both of them. So, I'm not really seeing that as being a compelling argument at this point. Remember, Sam Darnold's been in the league 7 years now. Like, this isn't somebody who's only been in the league 2 years and has, like, hidden secret upside. He outplayed him in their head-to-head. Guys, okay, are you under the impression that, like, a football game is 2 quarterbacks going to midfield and then playing rock, paper, scissors? Do you think that's how football works? Or having a thumb war? Nobody in chat knows what a thumb war is, probably, but do you guys think that's what football is? Because the way some of y'all talk, it seems to me that you seem to believe that. If the Seahawks sign Jenkins, how will you be feeling going into the draft? Pretty phenomenally. Pretty phenomenally. Then we could just do, you know, then we could just do pure BPA pretty much. Almost. Kini Nwangu resigns with the Jets. I don't know who that is, but whatever. Okay. He might be their returner. Oh, is this the guy who scored a touchdown against the Seahawks last year on the kick return? I think it is. I know who that is. Okay. Yeah, he scored the touchdown on us. Okay, I know who that is. How much cap space do we have currently? Really, really hard to determine that. I would guess somewhere around like 30. You think Nwosu will give up number 10? Probably not. But who cares? I don't care. I'm not somebody who trips on numbers. Hey, Rip, I do remember you. That is a throwback. You are an absolute throwback. Jason, I don't hate Darnold. I'm just looking at the 7 years he's been in the NFL so far and making an evaluation based off of it. Yeah, Rip, I definitely remember you. That's a throwback. That's back from like 2019, I think. I don't hate Darnold. Derek Rhodes, thank you for the sub. This Arnold hate is real? Arnold hate? Well, he's not a very good actor, but... Yeah, Rip, it's going good, man. Good to see you. Carson Ildy. Sorry, I'm probably mispronouncing that. Thank you for the 99-cent super chat. Appreciate it, Carson. Yeah, I need to change the DK sub animation. I do. It sucks. I don't want to. Admittedly, Arnold is not the greatest actor, but he never tried to be a great actor. So I'm not offended by it. He decided he wanted to be the greatest action movie actor of all time. He decided he wanted to be the greatest action hero of all time. And you know what? He succeeded. So, you know what? Stay in your lane, and I'll judge you based off that lane. Well, Cooper Kupp isn't just a slot. Cooper Kupp plays on the outside a lot. It's not the same thing. Kupp can kind of do everything. Cooper Kupp can kind of move wherever he needs to go. Tulsa King with Sylvester Stallone. I have not yet. My dad's watching it, and he likes it a lot. Arnold, The Rock, well, they're not even close. About half of Dwayne Johnson's movies should be, like, released direct to streaming in China only. Well, Pyro Griffin, that's the thing. We need to see how the cap hits actually break out. I don't think I can speak to that quite yet. We don't have nearly enough information. Anything I say would be a complete guess. Yeah, that's actually a really good point. If you feel like this is some massive overpay, I want you guys to think about this for just 1 second here. Tutu Atwell got $10 million a year. And Stiami Brown got $12 million. So Cooper Kupp getting probably about $12 million a year meaningfully. Like that's going to have to make a lot more sense, right? That's just where football is right now. Yeah, and both of those are overpays. They're overpays until everybody's doing them. And before long, everybody's going to be doing them. Gavin Monroe, thank you for the $1.99. Have you seen Photon Chisholm out of BWU Cup Twin? I have not. I am not familiar with Photon Chisholm III. It's a pretty great name, but not familiar. Winston's not better than Darnold. Come on, we don't have to go this far. Who said Winston's better than Darnold? I definitely don't think that. You think we overpaid for Kupp? We got to determine the contract. I just got a comment on my Cooper Kupp video. He's not past his prime. How is Cooper Kupp not past his prime? Yeah, Alex, I did see that. Doesn't Maxwell Hairston have a bunch of legal issues right now? Isn't he in trouble with the law? Didn't he fight the law and the law won? Or he's fighting the law and it looks like the law is likely to win? Did you finish Metaphor ReFantasio? Yes. Great game. Really, really great game. One of my favorite games last year. Metaphor was wonderful. I thought you said you were going to stop the stream if we got cup. Let's keep it going. Yeah, when Cup plays, he's still relatively productive. That's a thing. Relatively productive. Minnesota trades Ed Ingram, Louisiana State to Houston. Okay. Yeah, that's an old trade. Yeah, we're not signing Jenkins today. There's no way. There's no way we're actually going to sign him before we meet with him if we want to meet with him, which clearly we do. So I'm not thinking we're going to sign him today. Marcus Embo from Purdue. He's very intriguing. He's not a first rounder in my view. Not yet, anyway. I don't think so, but. Apparently, the only other team really in on Tevin Jenkins is Cincinnati. That's what they're saying right now. Why does nobody want Tevin? I don't. It's confusing to me a little bit. I'm surprised. All right, let's see here. Oh, Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase. Is that a fake tweet? I guess it is. I'm not seeing it right now. No, it's not a. Maybe that's fake, but. Okay, I don't know if that's real or not. There's a rumor going around that Chase signed for 4 years, $162 million. But I haven't seen it from anybody big yet. I only saw it from this one guy. And it's not somebody that I'm familiar with. Okay. Probably not real, at least not yet. That seems super low for him. No, that's 41 million a year. That's 41 million a year. That's actually probably about right. Yeah, I'm not seeing it from anybody big yet. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $1.99. If Cup stays healthy, 45 million a year is a steal. Well, a couple things I need to break down in this super chat. A couple of dissections here. It's not 45 million a year. It's 45 million over 3 years. So 15 million a year. So let's start there. It would definitely not be a steal to get Cooper Kupp for 45 million a year. That would be he would have to be the greatest receiver in NFL history. He would have to be the greatest receiver of all time. I'm not going to end the stream yet. I'll stick around. We got less than an hour left. By the way, everybody, thank you for hanging out with me. We are in the final hour of the streaming week. We still have 600 people in here. Please like the stream if you haven't already. We're just shy of 300. Subscribe if you're new. Click the bell for notifications as well. We're trying to rack up the subscriber count this month. Trying to make a play for 20,000 at this point. We're probably aiming for like 20,000 by the end of the draft. If you want to go above and beyond that, though, you can click the $sign in the chat to super chat. You can click the join button to join as a member for $2, $5, or $15 a month, or gift memberships to other people. You can tip via the link near the top of the description. You can pledge to the Patreon. Those are the best ways to support the channel. What were your thoughts on the Cup signing and the contract? Well, we don't know exactly what the contract is yet, so I can't speak a ton on that yet. We need to see exactly how it's structured. But I think the Cup signing's fine. I'm good with it. I'm okay with it. In a general sense, independent of money. I wanted to get a, at least a capable receiver in here so we don't feel constricted by what we can do in the draft. And I think that's what we did here. We don't have to draft a receiver now. We probably will, but we're not going to feel forced into doing it at any point. We bought ourselves a little bit of time. Didn't Cooper Kupp used to wear another number when he started in the NFL? Ah. Yeah, exactly, Chris. That's how I feel too. If you sign Jenkins, if nothing else, you can go pretty pure BPA. Thoughts on Torrey Horton? He seems good to me. I need to look at him a little bit more, Alex, but offhand, he seems good to me. If Will Hernandez is, well, Will Hernandez is a right guard, isn't Will Hernandez a right guard? I don't think they play the same position. I don't think it's equivalent. Uh-huh. 20 guaranteed sounds about right. That would be nice. That would work. David Kowalski, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the channel. Marquez Valdez Scantling tweets. He likes it. Oh yeah, Chris. But again, I want to be clear. FA's free agency's not over. Brendan, you see how everyone switched their emotions as soon as we signed Cup? I mean, that's what I said all week, right? We are one move away from everyone's perception immediately flipping. Like one signing away. The thing is, Cup is a much better blocker than Lockett. I think that's something that people need to keep in mind here. Cup is a far superior blocker to Lockett. That's an element that definitely matters. Yeah, Cup has great hands. I've never heard anybody say otherwise. Is somebody out there saying otherwise? Never seen that. How fast is Cup? He's probably not that fast anymore, but he was... I mean, JSN's not fast either. Right? There's more speed. There's more going on here than just speed. Yeah, he's got good size. He's one of the bigger slots you'll ever see, honestly. Uh, 45 minutes left in the stream, guys. 45 minutes. Higgins and Thornton would completely change the receiver room. I'd be pretty into that, Silver Ace. I like both those guys. Thornton, we have to keep in mind here, is probably not used to playing in an NFL scheme, but he is immensely talented. He is unfathomably talented. Who should we draft 18 overall? The guy I keep zeroing in on is Ken Grant. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $4.99. If Cup stays healthy, where do you think our receiving core ranks in the NFL this year? Do you think we could be a top 5 or a top 10? Go Hawks. No. If Cup stays healthy, I think they're about average. I think that they're about average. Like, MVS is still a pretty... I don't want to say he's a jag because he has a unique set of skills. But I don't think that... I don't think that he's anything special as a player. I think that we have I think that it would be more average, but that's fine. We don't need great receivers right now, especially with Kubiak's offense. Yeah, I think Grant will still be there. Cups. Yeah, we know what you're talking about, Peter. We know who Cup is supposed to be. Cups. What are the chances Stafford falls off a cliff and Niners melt away from the losses? I don't think there's any question that the Niners are going to melt. The Niners are allowing themselves to melt. They want to melt. They are willingly melting. Do you, what are the, Stafford falling off a cliff? That should be due any time now. He has miles on him, too. It's not just the age, it's the miles. I don't know what total cap left is. There's no way to know. I'm at the point where I'm not even really trying that hard to speculate it. Stafford has not fallen off yet. Let's scale it back, people. Why not an O-lineman at 18? I don't really like the O-linemen at 18 that are likely going to be there very much. I don't know. I don't see it quite hitting the way I want it to hit. I think Sammy D, K9 JSN Cup fan do better than next year than the last 2 years of Geno and Co. I don't with this offensive line. You gotta improve up front, or else a lot of this stuff that we're excited about doesn't matter nearly as much. But we got time and we got money to do so I'm not gonna trip on it. No, Silver Ace, you're completely right about that. A guy like Kubiak should have no say in roster building. I do feel bad for him because I'm sure he came here expecting he was going to get to work with some of these players, and now he's not. But that's the nature of the NFL, I think. Brandon McKell, thank you for the $2 tip. If everything goes well and K9 stays healthy, do you think this will be his year? Yeah, the scheme is to his favor this year. I think K9 will have his best year this year. If he doesn't, that would be very, very strange. If K9 plays well, what does a potential extension look like next year? Probably a little bit less than what Saquon got when he signed with the Eagles the first time. But I'm not really trying to extend him. He would have to have the greatest season ever. He would have to have one crazy good season for me to extend. He's a running back. I'm trying to be very careful here. Do you think Kubiak's enthusiasm for working with Geno is drastically different from his enthusiasm working with Darnold? I don't know about drastically, but I do like you. I think that Geno is significantly better. So I think that as an offensive coordinator, you would rather work with the better quarterback. But He's worked with Darnold before, I guess. Kind of, sort of.
The Seahawks are world champs. This time he goes down.
Oh, wow. Wow,
It is
Discombobulated
Lasse
just
who
came
gets
in
there.
here with the $135.70 donation, which single-handedly got us to the Super Chat meter fill point. Thanks for all you do, Brendan. No more whiskey for today. Switching to beer. Go Hawks. That's what you're supposed to do, right? You're supposed to drink whiskey and then beer, but if you drink beer and then whiskey, you get sick. I think that's right. But thank you, Discombobulated. I appreciate that very much. You have topped us out, and I deeply appreciate it, Discombobulated. R. Layman Lives. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Thanks for all the work this FA. Brendan can't wait. And for the draft, go Hawks. Something that I try to do every year. Something I try to do every year. Thank you for the support. 40-hour stream of 40 hours of streaming, man. It's not something that I do often. If I did it often, it wouldn't be special anymore. Something I hope to be able to do next year as well. Do you think signing Kubiak is why DK and Gino left? I wouldn't think so. Ryan Grubb couldn't get those guys to want to leave. I don't see how Kubiak could. Liquor before beer in the clear beer. Okay, so that is the way you're supposed to do it. All right, I see. You still stream video games? All the time, Brandon. I haven't done it the last few days because I've been busy with this, but yeah, I stream video games constantly. Most days I stream every day on Twitch. Just sometimes I'm busy and I can't do it. If file prosy. Oh man, I got no idea, but thank you for the sub. I probably butchered that. Would you rather have 2 Cooper Cups or 1 DK Metcalf? When you put it like that, whiskey before beer, have no fear. Beer before whiskey, very risky. There we go. Like it. Will you play the new Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic game? The only Five Nights at Freddy's game I have played is the first one. And what I played was the Breaking Bad meme version of Five Nights at Freddy's, so it wasn't even remotely scary. So I'm not really a fan of the franchise. Brandon, no, I stream on Twitch now. If you check the link... If you check the link in the description, my Twitch channel is linked. Captain Oreo, thank you for the $5. I just got the news. I'm so happy right now. I'm pretty happy about it too, Captain Oreo. You think the cup deal is good? We need to see the breakdown of the contract. Thank you, David. I appreciate that. Yeah, I stream on Twitch constantly. People got annoyed with me streaming video games on my YouTube channel because a lot of people didn't care about that. They only cared about Seahawks stuff. Will you play GTA 6 when it comes out? Almost certainly, David. Almost certainly. Russell Wilson visited the Giants today. We already knew that one. Thank you, Gliz. See you later. But yeah, Discombobulated. Thank you for that big dono. That is, I think, the biggest donation I've ever gotten via Super Chat on YouTube. I think that is the biggest Super Chat I've ever gotten. Singularly. That is the biggest dono of all time. Maybe I got a 200 once, but I'm not sure. I may have gotten a $200 super thanks at some point, but that's got to be the biggest super chat. Yeah, a lot of people are not terribly happy with their PlayStation 5s because there aren't a lot of games. I think that GTA 6 alone is going to justify the PS6 for a lot of people. What will you rate the Seahawks free agency now? I'm in the, I'm gonna go with, if you just take a look at the free agency stuff, I'm gonna go with like, I'm a little more B plus now. I'm kind of up on this. I don't love it, but at least they're trying, and I have some appreciation for that. You know what? Like, I wouldn't have done it the exact same way, but like I think they're giving themselves a chance, but there's still more work that needs to be done. So it's hard to evaluate before they're done. It just is. Man, Sam, I built this PC about 4 years ago. You would not believe how much I spent on it. It would be much cheaper to build a state-of-the-art computer now. Still working. I'm basically a full-time YouTuber for the moment, Herman. I don't want to be permanently, but for the moment, things are going fine. Okay, we got half an hour left on the stream. And is anything happening? No. If Tevin Jenkins' visit goes well and he signs on Monday, then I think we're good. I think we can just lock in on the draft. Yeah, Herman. Things are getting good, though. Things are starting to get pretty fire for me. Maxwell Ridgeway, thank you for the $1.99. Thanks, Brandon. Bids are getting me through finals. Well, hopefully you're not using my videos to study for your finals, because I don't think that's going to help you very much. But thank you. Appreciate it. And I'm glad I'm helping in some way. How much money will we have left with adding Jenkins? I mean, at that point, we're not going to really need any more money. We just need enough money for rookies and stuff. You made bank off your former software job? Well, yeah, it was a normal software job. It wasn't like anything egregiously, don't get me wrong, I didn't like own the company or anything, but it was a typical software job. But if you invested a chunk of money into production, I could see this really see this going off. Well, what would production do? Like, what would I be like, Norbcam? Like, I could never do what Norbcam does. I don't really know what that would look like. Like, what, a better microphone? My microphone's pretty good. Better computer? No, I don't think that's going to change anything. I don't know what production would look like on this channel. The only thing I can think of would be putting like actual like game clips and game tape into my videos, and I've had bad experiences trying to do that on YouTube. So to me, that's not even really something that I'm all that interested in trying. Probably just overlays and such. I don't think I think I could probably do that with what I have right now. I'm in school to be a software dev. In your opinion, are you worried about AI taking entry-level jobs or just worried in general? Right now, things are just a little oversaturated. Right now, things are just a little bit oversaturated. I don't know what else to really say. There are way more people looking than there are positions available. Fortunately, I do this, so it's not nearly as big a deal for me as it is for other people. You get paid for your Bleacher Report streams? I have an arrangement with Bleacher Report, yes. If I really wanted to, I could probably trick out my streams and videos a little bit more than I do. I'm just pretty content with where they are. Oh, you're talking about like a man cave almost. That would be such a pain in the butt for me to do. It's not even about money, it's just like the work.
The Seahawks are world champs.
CIS, computer science, or software engineering? Well, I went computer science. I don't know if I can safely say that I think that's better. Oh, wow. Wow, okay. Discombobulated. We hit it again. TGIF, all, and go Hawks. Until next time, where might beer go? Thank you so much, Discombobulated. That's almost $200 right there. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Oh. All right. We knocked it out of the park this year, guys. And actually, I think that Brandon said this on the stream yesterday, so I can say it, and it's not a problem. Yesterday's stream with me and the Hawk's Nest was our most supported stream in terms of donations ever. The B&B show, or Talking Seahawks with the Hawk's Nest, whatever, it was the best show we had ever done in terms of donations. So it's been a great week. It has been a great week. It would have been even better if I had just decided that I loved every single move the Seahawks made, no matter what. But I have a little more integrity than that. A little, not a lot more, but a little more. You have any thoughts on Garrett Bradbury? I don't get the sense he's that good. I will admit there's value if Darnold like really, really likes him. If Darnold is like, I want that guy. Yeah, the one thing with my content that isn't great is the thumbnails. My thumbnails are pretty lackluster. I think I would probably get more attention if I had better thumbnails. And I'm not a thumbnail guy. I'm not really a photo editor guy. That kind of stuff just kind of gets on my nerves. I don't like doing it, but I don't think my thumbnails are bad. I just think they're not as good as others' thumbnails. I probably said that all stupid, but you know what I'm saying. Your intro music is cringe too. It's a 10-second guitar riff. Just use AI to make your thumbnails. I feel like that'd be worse. Woo. I really am... It really confuses me how many comments I get about my intro music. It's a 10-second guitar riff. Generic rock guitar riff. I don't know. I don't understand why that's a problem to people. What do you use to make thumbnails? Mostly DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci Resolve has been great for me. Yeah, I imagine a lot of people skip the first 10, 15 seconds of each video, but I don't, I don't know. It's not something that I see, I need to take it out. What's your biggest subscriber goal? What do you mean by that, Empower? I'm not sure what you mean. The Kivers, thank you for the $5. You don't need more production. You're doing it the way you do and people watch. Trump is bringing jobs back to U.S. and getting rid of income tax. Hopefully I can find a job at some point. I'd be cool with that. In your opinion, what's the betting line on a Tevin Jenkins signing? I'll say like 17 million a year. 17 million a year, I'll say that. Most amount of subscribers you could realistically achieve. Honestly, if Mark Holmes can get up to 100,000, I feel like I could too. But he's a little bit more into the minutia of like drama stuff with the Cowboys, and also he's a Cowboys fan. You get more subscribers because you're a Cowboys fan, and there are more Cowboys fans than fans of other teams. So I don't think I'm getting past 50. I don't think I would ever get past 50 no matter how long I did this. Maybe if the Seahawks became some kind of like dynasty type team that won 3 Super Bowls in 3 years or something. But otherwise, no. So should we still take a receiver in the first round? If the right receiver is there, absolutely. MVS is a 1-year solution. Cup is probably a 2-year guy. Absolutely, you can take a receiver, 100%. But you don't have to now, and that's what I was hoping for. Would you recommend HVAC trade school or computer science? Well, I think the trade school stuff isn't really my bag. Personally. So for me personally, I'm still supportive of what I chose to do. But for a random person, if you can do the trade school stuff, that might be better right now, yeah. You should try to mock chat sports. I don't watch chat sports. I don't even really understand what I'd be mocking. Except on the superficial level of their, channel that talks about sports that's a little bit clickbaity. Frequency, I used to have another channel. And that channel is still up, actually. I used to have another YouTube channel that I posted on from like 2007 to 2010. But I started a new channel when I came back. They dished you one time? Really? I did not know about that. I don't know what the chat sports guy did. Seahawks eye gouge. Seahawks eye gouge. Sorry, I probably messed that up. Coda Dad, thank you for the 14 Canadian dollar super sticker. Appreciate it. Power, Brendan, how do you not burn out? Well, after the draft, things are going to be very slow. So it's not that hard to not burn out. You have to pay a tariff on the Canadian money? Good question. I think YouTube does a pretty good job of, like, handling that. I'm guessing you ever played Dark Souls? No, I played all those games. I haven't played the original Dark Souls in a very long time. But, okay, I see. I have played all the Souls games, but I do not remember that name from it. It's been so long. All right, see you later, Chris. All right, we got a little more than 15 minutes left. Oh. Well, my thumbnails are kind of subpar. That's really not that bad of a thing to say. I haven't been to a Seahawks game in a while. I don't live very close, and it's a real pain for me to get up there, so I usually don't. I get a better viewing experience here anyway. Making thumbnails is just something that I don't have the patience to do, and I'm not very good at it, so I just don't mess with it that much. I don't think I need to. We barely filled up a page of NFL moves today, man. Yeah, pretty much IR hungry, pretty much. All right, we're going for another 13 minutes here, and then that's it for the week. Great week, everybody. We had a lot of fun. We did probably most of the stuff we're going to do. I'd say at the minimum, we did most of the stuff we're going to do. It would not shock me if this team signed Jenkins next week, and then they basically stayed quiet for the rest of the free agency. I would not surprise me if they just called it good or mostly good at that point. So we caught most of the action. I can dig it. Doji God, Brendan, I wasn't here to get your reaction for the cup sign, but what do you think for next year? I think it's fine. I think we needed to do something like this. It could have been a couple other things, but They needed to do something in this realm. Mm-hmm. The best receiver in the division, it's either, well, I would say Ayuk, but he got hurt, and we don't know what he is now. So I do actually think JSN's probably the best receiver in the division, unless Ayuk bounces back. I think Ayuk was better than JSN when he was good. But we don't know if he's good anymore. And also the Niners might trade him. In fact, it seems like they will. Thank you, Frequency. Puka, maybe. I don't think so. Maybe Puka. I think Puka benefited a lot from McVay and Stafford in a way that JSN doesn't. Like Gino's great, but he's not as good as Stafford, and obviously Ryan Grubb and McVay, there's no contest. Marvin Harrison Jr. Marvin Harrison Jr. Oh, yeah. Power Hitter, thank you for the $4.99. How would you like Jenkins, Bradbury, and Becton if we managed to snag all three? That seems like too much to hope for. That seems unrealistic. That'd be great. I mean, I wouldn't be 100% positive everything would work out, of course, but that would show me this team is driving to get this where it needs to be. And there's something to be said for that. And I have concerns about Becton, and I don't think Bradbury's that good, so that wouldn't excite me very much. But I could see the wisdom. Mm-hmm. Signing all three would be a lot to ask, though. Kev Will, thank you for the $5 Canadian. Thanks for everything this week. Screw the Niners. I can get behind that. Niners are screwing themselves just fine, though. I don't think we have much to worry about with that Niners team at the moment. But thank you, Kev Will. I'm expecting Haynes to make big improvements this year. I'm expecting Haynes to be at least decent for us. And I think that I haven't given up on Bradford. I like Bradford more than most people. I'm a Bradford fan. but it's going to go so much better for them if they get like a proven good veteran next to them. How do you feel about Garrett Bradbury? I would only get Bradbury if Sam Darnold's really pounding the table for him and loves him and wants to, and just feels like that would help his game so much. Because I don't think Bradbury's better than Olu, so not really anyway. So I'm not interested in it for any other reason than that. So we traded Geno for Darnold and a 3rd round pick and saved 10 to 15 extra a year, and traded DK for Cup as a 2nd round pick and 17 extra million a year. Kind of. That kind of. DK, if you had extended him, would have been here for a while. Cup is, I think, a 2-year stopgap. I don't think it's the exact same thing. I do think there's a difference in ability between those two as well. But on some level, there is truth there. On some level, that probably is about what you're looking at. You personally like the Cup signing though? We need to do something like it. Yeah, I'm cool with it. We need to see the exact contract before I commit to any particular stance. But it seems, yeah, it's the kind of thing we needed to do, and we did it. I think it's the right thing to do. I'm acknowledging that it can go wrong, but sometimes in life, you evaluate a decision point and you make a decision that you know can go wrong, but you do it anyway because it's still the right thing to do. And then if it goes wrong, you deal with it at that point in time. That's how life works. Membo is a pipe dream, but I agree, CR. That's a lot to ask. All right, guys, less than 5 minutes and I'm going to get out of here. I graduated in 2011. Yes, I went to Washington. Yeah, we're not getting Lockett back, and we shouldn't really want to get Lockett back. I'm letting that one go. Hey Dog Swizzle, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the channel. Man, there hasn't been a move on the NFL ticker all in like, it feels like over an hour. Tyler Warren at 18 would be awesome, Larry. I'd love Tyler Warren at 18, but I don't think he'll be there. That's, I think, too much to ask. Thoughts on Lucas Patrick? That'd be a great backup left guard type. That'd be a great utility backup interior offensive lineman. I would dig that all day. In fact, he's one of my ideal signings this offseason. He's got familiarity with Kubiak. Can we talk about how Kyle Pitts is a bust? I'm so disappointed, man. I'm so disappointed. Actually, I'm not, because I already got over it because Brock Bowers came in and immediately became My GOAT. Would you trade up for Warren? I don't think I need to. I don't think so. I think that Jenkins and Patrick might get us out the door. Digital thug. Kevin Jenkins, Lucas Patrick, and let's drive through. Thoughts of Manwari at 18? I think that's just a little too high. I don't think I'm doing a Manwari at 18. That's a little rich. I want our third tight end to be able to play fullback. Will Johnson would be amazing at 18. I have no compunctions there. All right, everybody. We're wrapping up. Thank you so much. We still have over 200 we have like 240 people here. Thank you. The week is over. The streams have been great. You guys have been very supportive. We've had a lot of fun. It hasn't always been easy. We haven't always loved everything. There's been a wide range of takes on things. But we got through it. We got through the week. And I think the Seahawks have done most of what they're going to do. I don't think they've done everything they're going to do, though. I think we're going to learn more next week. So I will be covering whatever happens. But I got to get out of here. I got some things to do. And then I got to sleep. And I got a lot of stuff to do these next couple of days. Just straight up. I got a lot of stuff. I've got a ton of videos to set up for next week. Because next week we're hitting the draft as hard as it can be hit. All right. See you guys later. Go Hawks. Everyone have a great evening and a great weekend.